Hi all, I hope you're doing well and welcome to the Film Funding and Distribution Conference. First things first, it would be fantastic if you guys could give me a quick thumbs up or a yes in the comments, if you can hear me okay, if you can see me okay, and just to make sure that everything is working. That would be really, really great. Without further ado, I'm going to start off with a couple of quick housekeeping items, and then we will dive into the first session. Great. I see that you guys can hear me. That's fantastic. So firstly, I would like to let you guys know that you can use the chat to ask questions throughout this entire conference. You can please also use this as a networking opportunity. Feel free to chat to each other. Feel free to make any connections you guys might want to have. And obviously be mindful of sharing any private information or email addresses or contact information, because it will be seen by everyone who watches this video. But that said, we absolutely love for you guys to use this as a networking opportunity as much as you can. In addition to that, if any of you have also bought any online courses along with your ticket, those will be sent to you via email tomorrow. So you will get an email with that tomorrow. If you don't, feel free to just reply to any of our emails from Eventbrite, letting us know, and we will send those to you as soon as possible. And then finally, we will give you guys access to the recordings from this as well. We appreciate that this is 5 hours a day for 2 or 3 days. So you might not be able to attend all of the sessions. That said, we would like to encourage you guys to attend as many sessions live as possible, to both use it as a networking opportunity, to ask any questions you guys might have as well. But that said, there will be recordings available on this exact link as you are on right now. So this will simply stay live on this link after the event is over. So today's schedule, first and foremost, we're going to discuss, we are going to run a session, which will be run by myself, on what makes a film fundable, what makes a project attractive to investors. We're then going to have a really interesting talk with Grant Rosado, who's going to be talking about funding your first feature film. He's a filmmaker that's managed to raise $120,000 for his feature film, which is currently doing really, really well. And he's going to talk you through all the different steps that he used to fund that first feature film. So if you're a first feature filmmaker, you will find this incredibly useful. We will then have a talk with Eric Parkinson, who is a very, very experienced distributor, and he will be talking about how to create an irresistible film package. He's worked on projects such as The Terminator and some massive, massive blockbusters. So he will have some very interesting insights to you guys as well. And then finally, today, we're going to also have a talk with Jeff Deverett on finding and closing private investors. Jeff currently teaches at a couple of different universities in California. He also funds, produces, and distributes his own feature films, and he also consults on many other feature films as well. So he's going to be discussing exactly how he and the people that he consults manage to find and close private investors for films. And then finally, we're also going to have an interactive Zoom networking session at the end, which will be a great place for everyone who would like to come on, turn on their videos, and just network with each other, get to know each other, whether you're based in the same location or not. We find that this can be extremely useful for everyone as well. So I'd love to dive straight into the first session. And with that, I'm going to talk a little bit very briefly about myself and CineCircle. So I studied film and television production about 15 years ago, went into the film industry realizing that I have a lot of knowledge about how to make a film, but absolutely zero knowledge about how to fund and distribute a film. With that, I had no way how to build a business within the film industry, and I had no idea how to build a sustainable career in the film industry as well. So I actually moved on to building a career in marketing. where I run performance marketing campaigns for various different companies, and eventually was the head of marketing for a company called Storytellers. But with that knowledge of marketing in the business world outside of the film industry, I actually came back to film and started running CineCircle, which is an organization that aims to really show filmmakers how they can turn what for most people is a hobby into an actual business or viable career. And with that, all of our events, all of our courses, and everything that we do, including these sessions over the next couple of days, are on film funding, film distribution, and career development. So that is 100% what we focus on. So if you guys are interested in that, we have various other things that we always have going on each month. And in this first session, we're going to be starting off with discussing what makes a film project fundable. Because what I found is that a lot of filmmakers have a project that might be really, really great from a creative aspect, but from the commercial aspect, it's simply not attractive to film investors, simply not attractive to the people who will actually give you the money to make that film. And the main reason for that is that creativity doesn't always translate to commercial value. It doesn't always translate to a positive return on investment for your investors. And that's what we're going to be focusing on in this first session. So the first thing that you need to ask yourself when you are trying to figure out, is my film going to be able to get funding, is what is the funding that you're after? Because there are many, many different funding sources. And it's extremely, extremely rare for a film to be funded just by one specific funding source. It's usually a combination of multiple different funding strategies and funding sources, whether it be a combination of tax credits, equity financing, some pre-sales, co-productions, maybe a little bit of regional funding. It's usually a combination of multiple different things. And that's actually one of the things that Grant will be discussing in the next section as well. But that said, we are going to be touching upon many of these over the next few days. But for this first specific section, we're going to be discussing the one funding source that is arguably the hardest to find, but the most important, which is equity investment. How can you create a film project that will be a magnet for investors? Because once again, just having a great creative project that you think your audience will love is not necessarily going to mean that the investor will make their money back and make a positive return on their investment. So we're going to put our business hats on for the next 30 or 45 minutes, and we're going to discuss how to make these equity investors feel like this project is right for them. Now, investors will be interested in multiple different things. They're usually interested in, to some degree, in being involved in the film in some way, and the prestige and the sort of glory of walking down the red carpet. But the main thing that they are interested in is they're looking to get a return on their investment. There are no private investors who are not having this as their number one priority. There are other priorities, but they're always looking to get a return on their investment. Otherwise, they're not investors, they're called donors. So what does that look like? First and foremost, what investors are looking for is the potential for profit. How profitable can this film be in the best case scenario? And also, what type of profit are we looking at, or what kind of revenue are we looking at in the worst case scenario? They're then also going to be assessing the risk, which is, okay, these are the projections in terms of the profit, but how likely is that to happen? How likely am I to actually get some of this potential profit back in my pocket? And then finally, one thing that private investors are always really, really interested in is the timeline. Because even if you can get an investor their money back, or even give them a positive return on their investment, if that takes 10 years, That's 10 years that they could have been making a 10% return on their investment by investing in various different stocks, for example. So the timeline and how quickly they make their money back is also something that is extremely, extremely important to present in your pitch deck. So let's start off with discussing the potential profit and how you can present that potential profit to your investors in a way that they will understand. And for this, we need to understand this very, very simple equation of what makes a film profitable, which is the gross revenue, the sales that your film will make, which is divided by all of the costs associated with your film minus any soft funding. And the soft funding is essentially the funding where you are not expecting the people or organizations who are funding are not expecting to make any money back. So they're giving you certain pieces of funding, but it's not an investment. So soft funding is really, really great. But this is the general equation that you need to have a think about. And most filmmakers only really focus on the gross revenue. They're trying to make a film that's going to make as much money as possible, but without focusing on what's below this line in terms of your cost and the soft funding, you could make a film that's making millions and millions in sales, but is still not generating any profit for your investors. So you have to look at all three of these elements. So let's take a look a little bit more in detail at the gross revenue. And for that, one of the best things that you can present in your pitch deck, and you have to present in your pitch deck to private investors, are sales projections. Now, these sales projections can be done by yourself. To do these by yourself, it's usually done in terms of the low, medium, and high sales projections. And what you essentially need to do for that is find films that are comparable to yours in many different ways. They're comparable to yours in terms of their budget, in terms of their genre, in terms of the talent and the cast that's attached, in terms of how experienced the crew is. All of those different elements, you have to find films that are very similar to yours. A great tool to get started on this is IMDb. Or IMDb Pro is even better, where you can actually filter through various different films that have been released in the last couple of years. Find the films that are very, very similar to yours, and then take a look at how much those films made. And then whatever that average is your medium projection. That's 100%. Double that, that is your high projection, and divide it by 2, and that is your low projection. That's a very, very oversimplified but simple way of talking a little bit about how you can create your own sales projections as a producer. You can also get sales projections done by sales agents. Now, I am going to point out that they will do something that is very, very similar. Oh, sorry about that. They will do something that's very, very similar to what you're doing, but because this will be an experienced sales agent, investors will treat it a little bit differently. They will consider it as a little bit more of a fact, a little bit more of a robust projection than what you might do yourself. Because at the end of the day, you're always going to be looking at presenting the film in the best possible light. Whereas a sales agent is someone who is a professional, who's got a lot of experience in dealing with various films and how much they sell for, and whether the projections look right, and what the comparable films might be that are actually truly comparable to yours. So it always helps to have a sales agent create sales projections for you. Now, you can do this by building relationships with sales agents and getting them to do that as a favor for you in exchange for, continuing that relationship and hopefully letting them sell your film later down the line. Or there are some sales agents who might be offering it as a paid service. But what I found is getting this sales projections from sales agents can be very, very useful. And then there is various different online platforms such as Slated, and various other ones, which can also help you put together these sales projections, can help you find comparable films, and so on. In terms of the sales potential and what really contributes and is a part of these sales projections, first of all, you have to take a look at your total addressable market size. Now, for that, if you're making a film that's extremely niche, that there is a very, very limited audience for, even if you capture that entire audience, there's probably not going to be a huge market for it. So if you're making a film that's very, very specific to one country, it's possibly going to have a very limited audience side. This is why, for example, comedies don't tend to travel internationally, because humor is very specific to the specific country in which it's told. Because what we find funny in the UK, we might not, people in Japan might not find funny. And because of that, if you are making a comedy, overall, the total addressable market size might be a lot lower than if you are making a horror film, for example, because that fear that's addressable in a horror film really transcends language, and it's going to be scary everywhere. So you have to think a little bit about, okay, what is my total addressable market size, and is it actually large enough to be appealing for potential investors? You also need to take a look at the potential quality of the film. And with that, it's really the experience of your team, the experience of your HODs. Have they done films before, and have those films done well? If you've got a first-time director of photography, that is going to lead to much lower sales projections potentially. And, investors taking a look at that going, okay, well, this person doesn't seem to have too much experience. How can I know if that film will actually do well and look good on camera? Another thing that is really, really great to add on is creating a story that has some sort of pre-existing audience, or putting together a project that has some sort of pre-existing audience. So with that, the reason why you want a name actor attached to your film is because they have a massive pre-existing audience. There's a huge audience of people who will watch any film that Tom Cruise is in simply because Tom Cruise is in that film. And that's because he brings that audience, which is why he charges what he charges for his films. If you have a director that's a known director, again, they have a pre-existing audience. They have an audience of people who will watch their next film. Now, both of those things tend to cost a lot of money. But one thing that you cannot control is the story. If you have a story that's based on a real story that people know, there is a pre-existing audience. If you base it on a real person or a real character or a real event, there are people who are already interested in that, and therefore will be interested in your film. You can also find, different pieces of work that are in the public domain. So if there are pieces of work, I believe, that were created before 1920 in the US, for example, they're now in the public domain, meaning you can actually create films that are based on those books, on those pieces of work that have a pre-existing audience, and you do not need to pay to use those stories. So you can create those films with this pre-existing stories, and you don't need to pay any royalty for it. Next, the competition. You always want to take a look at, is there a huge amount of competition for the type of film that I'm trying to make, or have I actually found a gap in the market? So a genre is a great way of showing this, which is dramas. We all know, and probably have heard of by now, that dramas are really, really difficult to fund and market and distribute. Now, the reason for that is that there is so many dramas out there. There are so many drama films because every first-time filmmaker wants to make a drama. And on the other hand, there aren't that many people who want to watch those dramas. So there isn't a need for more and more and more of those films. On the other hand, for example, over the last couple of years, there has been and I mean in history throughout, but there's been a huge gap in the market for films with a predominantly female Black cast. And in the last couple of years, that gap has slowly started to be filled on platforms such as Tubi, where indie filmmakers have started to make really low budget films with a predominantly female Black cast. And those films are smashing it. They're doing so incredibly well because they're filling a gap in the market. And people have to watch those films because there aren't many other options. So if you can find a type of project that has a really, really low competition, but a high demand, that will make a project that is going to be infinitely easier to fund than, for example, a drama. Next, the distribution strategy. Most filmmakers go into making a film with a zero distribution strategy. The distribution strategy is, let's try to go into a massive film festival, hope that we win it, and hope that we get discovered. All of that hope is not a distribution strategy. It's a hope and a prayer. Instead, you have to come up with a robust distribution strategy and marketing strategy on how you're going to release your film, how you're going to distribute your film, whether you're going to go for a traditional distributor, whether you're going to go for a sales agent who's going to sell it to various markets, or whether you're going to go down the self-distribution route. All of those can work, but you need to have that strategy in place at the very, very beginning when you're developing your film, in order to actually have that strategy come to life effectively after the film is finished. And then we're looking at all the costs. So with that, we've got the production budget, everything that goes into making the film, all the way from development to post-production. You've got all of your distribution costs. So these might be the costs that a sales agent will charge, that a distributor will charge, all of your marketing costs, everything that will go into distributing that film, things like creating a poster, all of that costs money. So that has to be included in your entire budget. And then also any interest payments if you are going to be cash flowing any soft funding. So for example, if you're going to be cash flowing tax credits, or a different type of soft funding, then you're probably going to be cash flowing it through a bank who's going to be charging you interest payments. So you also need to take a look at that. But essentially, you've got a lot of different costs to consider. But because of that, there is a lot of different ways to get creative with those costs and bringing them down. And one of the hardest jobs as a producer is to balance those costs with sales projections to create profitability. Because most filmmakers that I talk to are interested in having as high of a budget as possible, which is the complete opposite of what you should be trying to do. You should be looking at the project that you want to make and think about, how can I make that project for the least amount of money I possibly can? Because that is what's going to increase the profitability. And with that, I want to talk a little bit, first and foremost, about the above the line costs. So the above the line costs are the costs that are usually negotiated quite heavily and usually at the very, very beginning of development. So these might be your key talent, your script, your story, your director. These big costs that actually have a huge impact on your sales projections. And this is where you should only increase the above the line costs if you can see a direct correlation between increasing those costs and massively increasing the sales projections. So really what you want to make sure is that every time you increase the above the line cost by $1, you increase the sales projections by about another $3. Because we know you need about $3 to really make back the money and a bit of profit on that $1. So when you're looking at attaching a actor to your film, you have to make sure that that cost, if it's a big cost, is justifiable because by the sales projections. It always has to be justified by the sales projections. There are many actors that will charge you a lot of money, meaning even though they will bring up the sales projections, it's not going to be by enough in order to justify this cost. So as an example for this, if you get Tom Cruise to be in your indie film, his cost is going to be massive. And you're not really sure, because of the quality of the rest of your film, whether that's really going to bring up the sales projections to be 3 times what you're paying him. On the other hand, consider using an actor who was in a popular soap opera that was running 20 years ago in the US, for example. That actor is going to charge very little for making a film right now. They probably just want to still be in the industry. But that having that actor on board might massively increase the sales projections, because it could be that that soap is still watched in prime time in many different countries, in South America, for example. And because of that, the sales projections that you will have will really, really increase in South America and in various different global markets. So you always need to take a look at the above the line costs and only increase them if it increases the sales projections. And if you're not sure, that's where hiring an experienced executive producer could be extremely helpful. And then you've got the below the line costs. That's everything else. That's your catering, that's your locations, that's your equipment, that's all the rest of your crew, everything else that comes into making your film. And the key over here is, without bringing down the quality of the film and without bringing down the safety when you're shooting the film, you want to keep those below the line costs as low as you possibly can. You always want to keep those as low as you possibly can. And this is where most filmmakers get it wrong, because they start hiring more and more people because they can, because they think it will make things easier and better, but really they're just increasing the costs without increasing the sales projections behind those, because it's rare that increasing the below the line costs will increase your sales projections. And the final part of that equation is soft funding. So soft funding can come in a few different shapes and forms. This can be tax credits. Now, most different regions, the majority of different states in the US, the majority of countries offer some sort of tax incentives in order to film your film there. So for example, currently in the UK, the tax credit, the effective tax credit is about 32% on all costs that are within the requirements of that tax credit. Meaning if you shoot a film and that film is going to cost you £100,000, in the UK, you can get roughly £32,000 back through the tax credit system here in the UK. So when you're deciding where to shoot your film, have a think about what is the best, what is the best state, what is the best country to shoot that film? Because a lot of filmmakers might shoot films in California, for example, which is, from a tax incentive, one of the worst states to shoot a film currently. So you have to think about where is the best place for the tax credit and where should I actually shoot my film? Because if you have a really high tax credit incentive system where you're shooting the film, that will make the project a lot more attractive to potential investors. There's also various grants and funds that you can apply for, whether that be national funds, regional funds, private funds. That is, again, the funding that you will not need to give the money back on. So that's always really, really attractive to investors as well. Crowdfunding. Again, it's very, very difficult these days to crowdfund an entire feature film. But can you crowdfund shooting the first scene? Can you crowdfund for post-production? Can you raise $5,000 or $10,000 for your feature film? Because raising that $10,000 and bringing the cost of the production down by $10,000 can really be attractive to investors. And because of that, can help you gain another couple $100,000 in investment if you actually do that well. And then always, always, always look for in-kind support. So, what is it that you can get for free and how can you go about getting that for free? For example, if you're looking at getting equipment hire for your company, for your film, can you do a deal with the equipment hire company that in exchange for various promotion, etc., a guarantee that you will continue to use them for all of your future projects, can you get a massive discount on that equipment hire, or perhaps even get it for free for, an initial part of the shoot? Product placement. Product placement can be a great way to get some additional funding. But that said, the key to a successful product placement campaign is having it in a way that's still authentic to the story. Picking a brand that really, really relates to that story and that you think is going to fit in really, really nicely, rather than just reaching out to all the different companies out there and going, hey, we'll put your product somewhere in the film just to, show it on screen for a couple of seconds. Having the type of product that really, really relates to that film is the key over here. But again, getting a product placement deal is very difficult. But if you manage to do that, again, it's a very, very positive sign to private investors. Now, let's talk a little bit about the risk. So first and foremost, we cannot stress enough that the risk that a private investor is going to be under when they are investing in a film is huge. Over 97% of films do not turn a profit. And by the way, that's 97% of films that get made. There is a whole other 90% of films that get some sort of funding and they never even reach the end line. They never even get any kind of, they never even get into post-production. They never even finish the project. So with that, the risk that a private investor is taking when they're investing in a film is absolutely massive. And that's something that you have to be very, very honest about when you're pitching to private investors, is that your chance of making the money back is going to be low. Now, that said, there is a whole other aspect to this statistic, which is that about 50% of these films are so low in quality that they were never going to make any money, right? They were just, from the get-go, the story was terrible, the production was terrible, and everything was always going to be really, really bad. There is another 40% or so of films that had zero marketing or distribution plans, because most filmmakers go into making a film with pretty much no plan whatsoever in order to make their money back. Which means that if you actually go into that top percent of people where your film is not going to be terrible, it's going to be a good film, you're really going to think about the production quality and putting the money on screen. And if you really, really think about a proper marketing and distribution strategy, suddenly the chances of the film being profitable are going to increase drastically, like dramatically, to perhaps even 50-50. That is the story that you need to also tell private investors, which is, we know this statistic is bad, but this is the other statistics about the films which are terrible, the films that have no marketing plan, and this is why my film is going to be different. So how can you de-risk your investors? First and foremost, asking for less. Asking for less money will always mean less risk for your investors. So with that, you need to come up with creative solutions to bring down the below the line budget. That is absolutely fundamental and key. More soft funding, right? So the more soft funding, the better tax incentives, the better regional incentives that you have, the less you can ask your private investors for money. Again, more in-kind support, more discounts, right? Always make sure that when you're looking to get something for your film, whether it be a location, equipment hire, product, always try to get the best discount possible. Always look at, the cheapest option that you might have, and that still falls within the production quality. But in general, trying to bring that down. So as an example, we know that shooting a film over a weekend tends to be cheaper because you really effectively have 2 or 2.5 days of shooting, but you only need to pay equipment hire companies for 1 day because you're only paying for 1 day over the weekend. So there's things like that you can do in order to bring those costs down. Other, huge things such as the creative solutions to bring down the below the line budget. Ask yourself if your film is currently taking place in 25 different locations, do you really need that? Because if you bring it down from 25 locations to 2 or 3, that will drastically bring down your budget. And if you can make the story work in those 3 locations, you risk losing zero production quality, but having way, way smaller budget. So these are the creative solutions that you need to have a think about. When you put your business hat on and you're thinking about the budgeting, treat it as a creative exercise. Because I always feel that most filmmakers out there are extremely creative individuals, but suddenly that creativity completely stops when they start thinking about business things and marketing, and it doesn't need to. And also have a think about deferred payments. Are there, certain HODs or talent that don't need to be paid up front, or that can be paid up front a small fraction of their fee, and therefore they can, have a profit share later on in the film? That's something to have a think about as well. And next, prove that the film will get made. As I mentioned, there's a huge percentage of films that go into production that never actually get made. And that is going to be the biggest risk that a film investor will face, because that means making no money whatsoever back. With that, there's a couple of things to focus on. The first one is the experience of your crew and of your cast. If the majority of your crew, if this is their first time making a feature film, that is a really, really, really high risk kind of project for investors. So make sure that at least your top HODs have a good number of experiences with various different feature films so that you can prove they've done it before. Proven track records. So again, have a think about, does your DOP have a proven track record of making very good feature films, shooting them well, and those feature films getting good recognition later on. Another thing that helps is a team that has already worked together. Investors will always prefer that over a bunch of HODs that have never worked together. On the other hand, if you have a team, a DOP, a director, a producer, and a head of production or whatever it might be, that have all worked together on a film that's done really well, they would love to invest in that type of package deal, where all of those people are on that film as well, because they have a proven success record working together as a team. Otherwise, you never know on a film set whether HODs will work well together or not, which is an additional piece of risk. And finally, investors are always looking for a formula that has worked in the past that you're trying to replicate. And this is why having a team with history works well, because it worked well in the past. Let's try to do that again. They will look for a type of film project that has, done well in the past. Let's try to recreate it at a similar budget with a similar level of cast and crew and so on, because that's worked in the past. This is something that's going to be extremely difficult to get for most low-budget indie features. But for bigger productions, there are insurance companies that offer completion bonds, which is essentially an insurance for your investors that the film will get made and will get made on time. And if it doesn't, they can, through that insurance company, claim their money back. But these completion bonds are extremely notoriously hard to get, because of how risky this film investment is. And most of the time you will need very, very experienced producers, a higher budget, and a bigger production company behind the film in order to get that. And then you've got the distribution and marketing. So again, this is something that most filmmakers don't really think about until the film is done. And once the film is done, they go, right, now what should we do with it? And by then, it's probably going to be a little bit too late. So have a think about, can you get a letter of intent from a sales agent while your film is in development? If you can, that is a huge positive that you can then show to a private investor going, this sales agent is already interested. that will put you above other projects that they're hearing pitches from? Can you get some sort of pre-sale or some sort of conditional distribution deal to show that distributors are already taking your project seriously? Because most private investors, they don't really know whether a film is going to be successful or not. They're not filmmakers. They don't have a huge amount of experience in this industry. And because of that, they're looking for other authorities, other people with a lot of experience to indicate to them, is this film going to be successful or not? So if you get a conditional distribution deal from a large distributor, that is a huge green flag from your investors. They go, okay, I'm not sure I understand the script, but if they got that deal, that means that the distributor thinks that this film is going to potentially to be a commercial success, which is a big green flag for me. Consider the same way that you hire an experienced DOP, an experienced actor, an experienced director, consider hiring experienced team members or consultants when it comes to distribution and marketing. Consider, if you're going to be focusing on a film festival run, hiring a film festival consultant. If you're going to be going down the self-distribution route, consider hiring a consultant who has done self-distribution and consulted on it many times. Having those people behind you can be extremely, extremely useful for bringing on board private investors. And of course, having a large following or a pre-existing audience makes the distribution and marketing way, way simpler. So that's something that investors will always be looking for. They will always be looking of finding a way to see, okay, is there already an audience that exists? Because creating an audience from scratch is going to be very, very expensive, very time consuming in terms of marketing, and usually has pretty low success rates. So again, ask yourself, what is this element that I can add to my film package that's going to mean that there is a pre-existing audience? Is it a very specific genre? Is it the cast? Is it the director? Is it the fact that the story is based on a book that's perhaps in the public domain, or some other piece of work that means that people will be really, really interested in it? On that note, I would like to share a very, very quick story about a producer called Aaron B. Kuntz, who I interviewed on one of these conferences a few years ago. And he produced a film which had the highest gross, it was the highest grossing horror film on any crowdfunding platform of all time, where they raised over $1.5 million. And they were making a film that was sort of about paranormal activity. And what they did was really, really interesting. In order to have this pre-existing audience, they started this rumor about these paranormal paranoids, which were these kids that got lost somewhere while they were searching for paranormal activity. And they got a couple of influencers and YouTubers who talk about paranormal activity to bring up this story. And then they started this Reddit thread where people were talking about finding these paranormal paranoids. And this became a pretty big thing online, and people thought that this was a true story. They then bought the rights to that story, which was their own story, actually. And then they went on to create their Kickstarter campaign, where they already had a massive pre-existing audience. So sometimes, if you know what your story is going to be, you can actually create your audience while your film is still in development, and then use that as leverage in talks with your private investors. So that's just one way where filmmakers used creativity, not only in the making of the film, but in the marketing and in distribution of the film. Timeline. So finally, as I mentioned, timeline and how quickly investors get their money back is a very, very important aspect. And you also, if you do not know how long that is, you have to do a little bit of research to understand that it is going to be years and years before investors start to get their money back, right? Now, if an investor gives you money while your film is still in development, it's going to be at least a year before the film is complete and has gone through production and post-production, then possibly going to have another year while it's going through the film festival run. Once it's complete with the film festival run, you're going to be looking at trying to get a distributor. That might take a following couple of months, say 6 months, to really lock in that deal. Once that distributor signs a deal with your project, they will then be putting it up onto various streaming platforms. That process can take another couple of months. Those streaming platforms might be paying on a quarterly or on a semi-annual basis. They will be paying the distributor. The distributor will then be paying you on a quarterly or semi-annual basis. So it could be that between you, an investor giving you their money and you getting the first ever paycheck, it could be 3, 4, perhaps even 5 years. So it's really, really important to set that as an honest expectation, because it can take a very, very long time. So the question is, how quickly can you go into production? You have to be honest about that timeline. How long do you need for development? How quick will your post-production be? How efficient will you be with that? How long will production take? And finally, aside from all of that, because the longest period of time is going to be how long from the time that your film is finished until you actually get any of the money back so that you can start paying back your investors. Because that is where most filmmakers who haven't made a feature film don't know just how long this can take, because it can take a really, really long time. The bottom line is you need some sort of an unfair advantage with your film in order to get these investors on board, and or at least to make the process a little bit easier for you. So what is your unfair advantage? You have to ask yourself that. What is the advantage that's going to put you above other filmmakers? Is it the fact that you've got more experience, more knowledge? Perhaps you used to work for a sales company, so you've got the knowledge of putting together a great sales projections, and you know what's trending in the market. Perhaps you have the knowledge about what works in all the different global markets, like the Asian market, whereas most other filmmakers might not. Perhaps it's relationships. Do you know people in the industry? And it doesn't have to be investors. Again, it can be people that you might know a distributor, you might know a sales agent, you might know the head of a certain film festival that can help you possibly increase your chances of getting in. Perhaps you have access to certain resources. So perhaps you used to work at a film equipment hire company and you can now get a really, really great deal from them for your feature film. And if as I'm saying this, if you feel like you don't have any of those, then work on building them. That's part of the process of trying to find private investors. It's not just about where you find them and how you approach them. It's actually more about what you bring to them. And what you bring to them is going to be the project, and it's also going to be you. And you have to start off by working on you and working on what type of unfair advantage you might have, which will make your project a higher likelihood of success. So with that, do let me know if you guys have any questions. Feel free to pop those in the chat. I'm sure as this is our first introductory session, you might have many questions which will be answered in the next couple of sessions, especially when it comes to film funding. But I will stick around for a minute or so to see whether you guys have any questions for us right now. So we've got Raw Studios saying over here, I know I can self-distribute, but want bigger distribution options. Well, the question is, are bigger distribution options actually going to be better? Or perhaps self-distribution might be the most profitable option. I don't know about your project, but that's something to consider. Any tips on funding for short films? Short films are very, very difficult to fund because traditionally short films don't make any money. They don't make any money because they're too short to sell, and they don't make any money because they're too short to monetize online through ads, which makes them really, really difficult to find private investors for. The one tip that I would give is that if you are making a short film, make it as a proof of concept for a feature, because there are investors who will invest in a short film if that then gives them some sort of preferential treatment for investing in your feature further down the line if the short film becomes a success. So that's my tip for you over there. Any tips on funding for documentaries? Yeah, so when it comes to funding for documentaries, especially coming back to private investors, one of the documentaries are inherently really, really difficult to market and distribute because there tends to be a smaller audience for them. But that said, the one huge thing that you've got when it comes to distribution, to distributing documentaries, which is really positive, is you've got a pre-existing audience. The documentary is about something that already exists and people already know about it. So with that, use that to your advantage and find the investors who are actually already passionate about the topic of your documentary. And that is going to actually make it simpler to fund than potentially some fiction feature films. What would the minimum spend tipping point of a budget in today's global landscape for breaking a profit? 250, a million. What would the minimum spend? Budget. So to break a profit, it's not about the spend, it's about how much revenue you make. So your spend should be as low as possible. It's the revenue that you're looking to make. And there are feature films that are making money $1,000 in because they cost virtually nothing to make. And there's other films that have, are making $5-10 million in sales. And because the costs are so high, they're still not in the green. So with that, it's really important to keep those costs down in perspective to the potential sales. What is the split usually with distributors for indies and the ROI expectations for investors? So it's a good question. Tomorrow we'll be going to be focusing a lot about distributors. With distributors, it's usually 20 to 50% for the distributor and the rest for the filmmaker. 20%. So for example, tomorrow we'll be talking to the head of Indie Right, where they are famous for the fact that they offer a flat 20% fee. A lot of other distributors for indie films will probably not go that low. It's usually going to be 30%. As it starts to get to 40 and 50%, that gets a little bit high. I wouldn't recommend those deals, but again, it really depends on the distributor. Okay. Any other questions over here? Are there models on making money from sponsors or things like reality TV show? So we're gonna be focusing on films over here rather than reality TV shows. But I'm sure what you'll see over the next couple of days is that there will be quite a lot of crossovers there as well. Any tips on getting sales agents to take the time to consider your project and give you sales projections? Really, the key over here is to present a project to them that they think is going to be a big moneymaker for them. That's really the key. So having the right project and the right pitch deck is absolutely crucial for that. And we're going to go through that in the next couple of sessions. But other than that, build relationships with sales agents. Don't just come to them when you need various different film markets, and actually just talk to them, start conversations with them, get them to know you so that when you send them that email asking for those sales projections, they already know who you are. Okay, guys, we are going to stop that there, and we will have a short 3-minute break. And after the break, we will get started on the next talk, which is going to be on funding your first feature film. So in the meantime, feel free to go grab a cup of coffee or tea or water or whatever you might want. And we'll be back here in about 3 minutes with the next talk. So we'll see you then. Okay, everybody, and we are back. I hope you had a nice, very, very short break. And we are going to now dive into the next session. So, as I mentioned, in this session, we will be speaking a little bit more about funding your first feature film. And I think the next speaker is going to be really, really great at explaining exactly all the different funding sources that he used in order to do exactly that quite recently. So with that, I would love to introduce to the stage Grant Rosado. Welcome,
Hi.
welcome. So great to have you here.
Oh no, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Can you hear me? Everything looks good. Sounds good.
Absolutely, yes, yes. And it would be great if you could start off by just introducing yourself, letting us know a little bit more about your past experience and also what you're currently doing.
Sure. So I'm an indie filmmaker. I've written, directed, produced, edited two feature films from beginning to end. The first one is on Tubi. It's called "Twas the Night," and then the second one is called "Puffing Iron," and it's been picked up. It premiered at the Miami Film Festival. It got picked up for distribution by Industry Works. So I've seen it all. I've done two from beginning to end. I'm very happy to share. I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it. My experiences. Um, another and One last fun fact about me is I have a write up about myself in the Golden Globes. So yeah, beautiful.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for that. And I'd love to, I think today we're going to be mainly focusing on your film Puff and Iron.
Okay.
So I'd love to, find out a little bit more about that. And yeah, can you tell me where that story came from and what made you want to make that film?
Yeah, sure. So Puffing Iron is about two stoners who become power lifters because they're trying to get money to pay their rent. It mainly came from my personal experience and what I was doing with my life. It was me and my buddy. We were living in Miami. We had like no money. We were struggling to pay rent, and smoking a bunch of weed, well, a little bit of weed every day. And we were kind of just like, well, you know what? Let's just kind of make a movie about this. I mean, it's what we're doing. I mean, some other people must be doing it as well. And so we kind of just like we got to work writing it. We literally we just what was really good is that when we were writing it, like we set it in Miami. We were living in Miami, so when we were writing it, we were like, oh yeah, we can just shoot that there, and we can shoot this scene there. We can shoot that scene there. We can cast this guy because he's in Miami. We can go to this gym. Like, so as we were writing it and as we were putting it together, we had like very real things we could focus on. There was real life people and like places we had in mind of like, oh, like we don't have to like just like go out and find everything from scratch. As we're writing it, we're like we have specific things in mind, where we want to go, who we want to shoot with. I mean, yeah, so it came from a mix of my own, of just the story came from a mix of my situation, what I was surrounded in. Write what good advice that was given to me is, write what you know. Like what I knew was having to pay rent in Miami, so I guess I'm just gonna make a movie about that.
Okay, that's great. And I haven't seen the film myself, but I think it sounds as funny as everyone else does in the comments. So that's
Well, thank
great.
you, I appreciate it.
And can you let us know where the film is right now? When we'll be able to see it, and what's happening with it right now?
Yeah, of course. It got picked up. It got picked up for so it premiered at the Miami Film Festival, and it got picked up for distribution by Industry Works. Basically, they're confirming all the deliverables. So basically, like when you send it over, like when a distribution picks up your company, picks up your movie, they send you like a massive list of like you need to send this, and basically they're in the process of going through and just checking everything off, make sure we have everything, and then once that's done, it's up to them of where they want to put it. I assume it'll probably go on streaming services, where you can rent, stream, all that sort of stuff.
Okay, great. And can you tell us, before this film, just to set the scene, before we talk about how you funded the film, did you have any prior experience to funding film projects, and what was any experience that you had before that?
Well, Puffy Nine was my second feature. So my main experience was, I guess, my first, which was just made for nothing. Like me and like it was in the middle of COVID actually, and like we were just like college, like we were in college, but like we stuck inside and we're like, we're not really learning a lot here. So my main experience was just making my first feature and like with all like my buddies and actually like knowing, like getting like a strong idea of what it actually takes to shoot like 90 minutes worth of footage and then edit that together, and then they'll actually like deliver it. It got picked up by Vertical Entertainment, I believe, and actually deliver that to a distribution company. That was my main, because the movie was made for nothing. It was made for favors. It's like my buddy had a camera, my other buddy was an actor, I had another co-director, and we just pulled all of our resources and we made it that way. But having gone through it and actually like being able to speak with confidence to investors on the second film of like, oh no, I've done this before, like here, like the proof is right here, you know what I mean? I know like the money is not gonna like disappear. Like you will at least get a movie, you know what I mean? Like that was my main that was I hope that answers you. That was my main experience, I guess, was actually just putting something like that together. And it gives you a lot of confidence. You're like, oh wow, I can do this, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is really great because you're kind of where you were right before you started funding Puffing Iron was where a lot of the people on this conference right now are, where they're looking, okay, how can I get that first bit of investment for my film? So can you maybe talk a little bit about that? You developed the film and you were ready to start funding it. Where did the first piece of funding come from, and how did you go about that?
Sure. So the first bit of funding was me and it was my co-director. We lived in his mother's house basically for like a year, and we just worked at restaurants, and I saved up 5,000 and he saved up 5,000, and then together you put that together, you get 10,000. And then what we did from there is, okay, like we have a script and we have $10,000. We went to the DP on my last film. It was like, hey, I put in 5,000. Chris put in 5,000. Put in another 5,000, and then we'll get to 15. And then we're not just like three like schmucks. We're like three dudes with a script and $15,000. So then we did that. He put in 5, and then we went to the line producer. He put in another 5. It's kind of another 5, and basically from there we had around $20,000 built up just from our savings and the fact that we all believed in the project together. Then from there, what we did was we reached out to like, once you have, I guess that's like your believe money, like we all believe in ourselves money. From there, we went to like doctors, lawyers, my landlord, and we kind of went there, and it was kind of like, hey, we have $20,000, we have a script, can you help us get to the next stage? We're trying to raise, 100, it really helped us out. And of course, like I've made a movie before, it's on Tubi, you can see it. And then they would each get, like the landlord gave 5, my lawyer gave 5, and we kind of we built upon it from there. And then after we got those
And can I stop you there, because this is something that even those two things are incredible to talk about, and I want to break that down a little bit more.
Sure.
First of all, you and your sort of business partner, where you both put in $5,000. I think that's something that I can wrap my head around quite easily in terms of, okay, we save the money, we want to make the film. But going to your line producer and DOP, did you have a very, very close relationship with them? And can you tell us a little bit, I mean, when you first asked them, hey, can you guys put some more of your own money into this film, was there resistance, or was that a pretty easy conversation?
I mean, it was the same. When I say DP and line producer, I'm not like, they're very talented, they're very incredible. They were my college friends that worked on the first feature with me. So they had that. I mean, it wasn't like a 60-year-old professional. It was a DP that made the first money with me. But what we all have in common is that, we don't want to be working, we want to make movies. We all want to make movies, and we don't want to like do commercials and, do all this gig work, And so it's lining up those motivations together. It's like, yeah, I could go to a professional DP and pay him a rate, and maybe the movie would look better, but also like, I'm not gonna, like, I don't have the money to do that. But if I go to, like, I went to my friend who wants to be a DP, and I know he wants to do it because he's willing to put in the money and help get the project there. It's like, yeah, in return for $5,000, I get to be a DP on a feature film, and like my name gets to premiere at the Miami Film Festival. Then I myself can say I've DP'd 2 features, and then I can go and get more work off of that. I mean, not everyone in that is in that situation. We were really young. We didn't have a lot of responsibilities, like all of us have just been saving up money and just like, yeah, no, we want to do this. We want to make movies. And just having that core team of people that really are like, yeah, I don't want to work in commercials for the rest of my life. Like, I want to make movies, I'll invest in this. That way I can further, I love the movie, but also I can further myself in my career. I hope that kind of.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And then I guess can you tell me a little bit about the first private investor that you got on that wasn't part of the project? So you mentioned you went to your landlord, which I love, and a doctor and so on. Can you tell us who was the first one, and how did you approach them, and what did that conversation look like? If you could just share that story.
Actually, yeah. So the first one was the landlord, and so a really, really chill guy. I won't say. I'll say his first name, Charles. Super awesome guy. I love him. If anyone here is in Miami, Charles, tell him what's up. But so what happened was Twas the Night premiered at the Fort Lauderdale International Film Festival, and what we did is, for the premiere, we put together a massive, we put together not a party, but like a cocktail party. Come. We had a bunch of places where you could take pictures. We had you watch the movie. Obviously, we had a reception, and the movie itself is not it was made for nothing. It's cheap, but we put a lot of effort into the party around it and the event around it. That way, and we invited the landlord, and we invited that's actually where we got a lot of our initial investors. Like, hey, come, watch this movie, And he was like, yeah, sure, that sounds awesome. I know he was there and he had a really fun time, and we were able to talk with him, at the cocktail, at the reception, and because of that, because he had a positive experience with us, because he liked the movie that he saw, he was like, yeah, this is a great time. This is absolutely worth my money. So it's about building that momentum. Sorry. Continue.
And did you start talking to him already at that party about it? I'm really curious about that timeline. And so at which point, because I think most filmmakers are really anxious about that first point where they're going to actually ask someone for money, right? So I think right now everyone's thinking, okay, great, I can do a screening of my short film or something, invite people, but what then? Should I talk to them directly at that event or afterwards? How do I actually approach that first conversation? So I'm just wondering when and how that was for you.
We definitely talked to him about it. We definitely talked to him about it. That was not the first. That you're correct. That was not the first conversation. We talked to him when we were just filling out talking with him about that, filling out the paperwork. We started a natural conversation. He was like, "Oh, you guys are really young. What do you guys do?" It's like, "Oh, we're filmmakers. We're this, we're that. Our first one's coming out of Tubi." And basically, this is our second one. It was kind of, no, you don't throw it. I would not throw it on them. Hey, give me money. That's not gonna work. No, you said it pretty well. I heard you speaking a little bit before. You said it pretty well, where it's don't go to a sales agent and ask them for something right away. You have to build, a conversation with people, let them know who you are, what you're doing, what you need, basically. And it's just about building that rapport and getting to know him as a person, him getting to know you as a person. And then when he was coming to the premiere, he was already looking it was in his mind that it was oh, they're making another film, they're looking for investors. So just have a couple. We grabbed coffee as well. I was like, hey, you seem like you're really interested in what we're doing, and you seem like you're really interested in who we are. I'd love to grab coffee with you and talk more about it, and see if you're interested in our next project. And then we had coffee with him, and then he came to the premiere, and then that kind of sold it for him, I guess.
Right. Okay. Well, that's an incredible story. And I'm wondering, because film is such a risky investment, and I think especially to someone that's a landlord and that is perhaps, mainly invest in property, which is a lot more stable, a lot more kind of, you sort of know what you're going to get in most situations, or definitely in comparison to film. Do you have this idea as to why he invested in the film? Was it because he liked the project? Was it because he liked you and he just wanted to, invest in something and be a part of it? Or was he someone that was already just really, really interested in film?
Well, I think it was a bit of everything to me. I think it was a mix of everything. Like he liked the project, he liked movies. I think, and this goes for all the early investors. I don't want to just single out the land, but that goes for all the early investors. I think it was a mix. They liked the project, they liked us, and they like movies. But I mean, everyone, loves movies. If you can give them an idea of what they're attached to is real, and they will have the opportunity to see their name on the big screen, or see, or like be able to point to something like, hey, I made a movie. I think that's a lot of people attach themselves to that.
Yeah. And did you see a difference in your conversations between, the landlord and perhaps the other two? Was it a doctor you said, and I think someone else? Were they Yes, sir, good.
Oh yeah, it was. Well, it was a. I mean, it was the. I actually. I mean, I think it's pretty similar. It is a mix. Where I did see a difference was, like we sent out like a bunch of like cold emails, because that wasn't. I will say one of the biggest differences I think I saw was some people invested because of like the political cause. That being like there was a big push to legalize marijuana in Florida, and because of that, like someone gave us $5,000 because of that, because they were like, oh yeah, no, this is like it advances my cause. That was probably the biggest difference I saw, but. The other guys, they were all, I would say, they were all pretty much on that same page, on that same sort of like a mix of, I want to make movies, I like the guy and I like the project. It's the triple threat, I guess.
Okay, interesting. And so aside from the lawyer, the other investors, did you know them before, or did you mention a second ago that you found them through cold emailing?
The landlord and the lawyer I knew. The other investors I found were, we sent out around every day. We would wake up and we would send around like 30 to 50 emails a day, basically saying, hey, this is how much money we're trying to raise. Here's the project. And it was around, you really have to find ways to connect with people. Like the political, like if your movie's for a cause or advances something, that's really good. The diversity is really helpful, because a lot of people who will invest in the movie because like for Puffy Nine, it was like a half Hispanic cast, basically. It was like all Miami cast. There's a lot of people like in Miami, obviously, he wants to support that. Alumni can be a big one. Alumni is a huge, like on the subject line of the header, it was like, I think I went to Emerson College. It was like Emerson film, comedy, like Golden Globes director, because I had an article about me in the Golden Globes at the time. So you have to find ways to connect with people that are a little bit, I don't want to say unorthodox, but in ways that are not, you're not just a stranger, showing up at someone's doorstep. It's like, oh, I love, there are people who like love their schools, and to them it's not just like, I'm not investing in a film, I'm investing in the school I love and the alumni I love, or the cause that I really believe in, or the person, like you said, or the person, or movies in general.
Yeah, because what I find with most private investors is that although getting a return on their investment is huge and is usually the number one priority, because of what a risky investment it is, there is usually a second or even third ulterior motive. They want to get their money back, but they also want to walk the red carpet and have their money, have their name in the credits and be able to talk to their friends about it, which is usually because the people who are investing in the films have really, really boring jobs. And they feel like when they talk about their work, it's really boring as a conversation. So they actually want something to do something interesting, such as investing in a film. Or the second reason is usually they just really like the person and they kind of want to support that person. So it's interesting to hear some of the sides of that for you as well. And so I'd love to move on to sort of the next stage after that. So you first did some cold emailing and reached out to some of your contacts. And you got some of that. Can you talk a little bit about total, how much you had invested at that point?
I think we were around 50, I believe. 50.
50.
We split the film into two parts. The first half was 50, then the second half was 50. Yes.
Okay. And so you had that initial investment of 50, and did you go and shoot the first half before you started looking for the rest of the investment?
Yeah, we did. I don't recommend anyone do, but we did do that. Yeah, we went and we shot the first half. Because in the movie they start off like one of them's a little, to be respectful, one of them's a little chubby, one of them is super skinny. They shoot the first half, and there's like a workout montage, and then in the second half they're like super buff and good looking. So we shot the plan was to shoot the first half, stop. The two actors go through a workout. They work out for the summer, 3 months, and then we shot the second half. But our plan was to find the money for the second half in that 3 month gap, which is a terrible. It's not a good plan. I don't recommend it. I wouldn't say we got lucky. We worked for it, but it's definitely not like there was no guarantee, I guess you would say. But yeah, continue. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's really interesting as a strategy, and I'm wondering whether the investors were happy with that, because normally at least one guarantee that the investors can get is at the point that someone starts spending their money, you have all the money to make the film. Whereas here, you started spending their money without knowing that you're able to finish the film, and you still had quite a lot of money to raise. So were they okay with that, or did you come up with some resistance with the strategy?
I think we just did it, to be honest. I think it was a very like the initial money, like a lot of it was from us. It's very ragtag. The spirit of the money was very much like, yes, go out and spend it to make more, accomplish, make the movie, don't just sit around with the money in your bank account. I don't think I really told them the strategy, to be honest. I was just like, all right, we got this, let's go. And we just ran into it. And then, because like their money it wasn't for nothing, because then, we put together parts of the first half, the best parts of the first half, and we show it to them. And they're like, oh, yeah. And then, they love it because we did a good job on it. And then we used that footage from the first half basically to keep on climbing and to get into that and to raise but we used the footage from the first half to raise the money for the second half.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about that? How did you raise the rest of the funding once you had that first half shot?
It was we had the first half, and we literally just we put together a really great trailer for it, and it was just emails. We sent out emails to alumni, just every single day, and we got, I'm not sure if lucky, but one email we sent out, it got sent to the creator of Friends. His name is Kevin Bright. It got sent to him. He's a massive alumni of Emerson College. He loves it. And he loved what we were doing, and that got sent to him, and then he saw it, and then he helped us get together. The second half that he helped us get together, he didn't like bankroll it, but he was like, I love this, I'll help you out. I'll give you a little bit. And then with his name attached, with like, oh, creator, the creator of Friends believes in this movie, we got the rest of the money. Not easily, but it was a little bit of an easier road. So yeah, and basically it really is a quantity over quality, and also having something real to show. Hey, the first half is shot. This is the trailer. The trailer, I'm not afraid to say the trailer, was really good. It was really well put together. When Kevin saw it, he was very impressed. He was like, oh yeah, this is fantastic, and I can't believe you guys have done this for this little money. And then we just kind of kept growing from there. The second half was really the email strategy, and we sent the right email, I guess you would say.
Okay. Interesting. And it's funny that you mentioned, I probably wouldn't, because you're saying you probably wouldn't recommend the strategy of shooting the first part and
No.
then finding the money later on. But do you think there was another option for you? As in looking backwards, would you have done it in hindsight differently? In terms of, I know at this point, you got the funding, but do you think you would have been able to get the rest of the funding before shooting the film with the strategies that you had before that?
That's a really good question. I wouldn't do it. I would never do it now. I would not do it. And I don't recommend anyone do it. Would we have gotten the funding if? I mean, I definitely. I mean, it, I'm not sure. I mean, I definitely. I mean, I definitely think with the momentum I would say it's possible. Would it? I think it would have been harder to do. I think is that I hope that it would have been harder, but it would have been possible, and it would have taken a lot longer. But I mean, I think we were like, our frontal lobes were not developed at the time. We were like 20, 22, 23. So I,
Yep.
it was stupid to do, but it would have, we could have done it. It would have taken longer. It would have been a lot harder. But I mean, I guess that's sort of like, that's sort of like a very aggressive, like just go. It did help us out in a bit, but like I don't recommend it, and I wouldn't do it again.
Okay. And can you tell us in a little bit more detail about the sort of cold email outreach strategy in that second half? How did you find people's email addresses? Who were you contacting, and how were you contacting them?
Yeah, of course. So we use IMDb Pro. I think it's like $10 a month. It's very worth it. So what we did is we would go to movies similar to like comedy similar to ours, IMDb Pro, and we would go to executive producer or producers, and they have their not everyone, but a lot of them have their email listed literally in the left column, right there. So we would just copy paste that, type up a template, and we would just do that basically all day, and we would build up a Google Sheet, and we would put their email and then their name, and we would just go, and we would keep like. We just kept building a mailing list basically from IMDb Pro, and then whenever there was a big update, we would go and we would write. We had like a really basic, or whenever we would send out, to that mailing list we had, we would send out, the update, executive, comedy, Kevin Bright attached to the movie. We would send our first half shot trailer. And a lot of people, just because people don't respond doesn't mean they're not reading. And I think that's where a lot of people get frustrated is, they expect, everyone to type up a response, or they think they're being ignored. You'd be sorry. A lot of people do read it. They will open it and they'll read it, but then, and they will just kind of keep it in the back of their mind. But it's about keeping that list of people, kind of like social media. It's about keeping that list of people updated and engaged. Unless they email you back and they tell you to stop, then you should take their name off the list, and that's different. But it's about keeping that list of people updated and engaged with the product. That really gets you to give them $5,000. I mean, it shows care. One, they're invested in the project. Like, oh, they got this piece, they got this piece, they got this piece. Two, it shows character, so strength of characters. Like, oh, these guys. This isn't like some dude like. Who he's like, oh, I want to make a movie. Like everyone wants to make a movie. Like whatever. No, this is like, they're really putting real effort into this. They care. And in a way, they get to know you. It's still a conversation. It's a one-sided conversation most of the time, but they're still listening. And you'd be surprised by how many people. If that same sort of. The one thing I would say is I would keep your subject line. I would have some sort of similarity in the subject line. That way, when people see it, you kind of build a brand like, oh, this is the Golden Globes director one, or this is the Emerson alum, or this is the whatever. Have some sort of continuity.
Okay, interesting. And can you tell us the first email that you would send them? Because I'm interested. Were you right away asking them for something, or in the first initial email, you'd find them on IMDb Pro and you'd send them an email? What would you put in that very first email?
I believe I sent you. Actually, I think I sent you a draft for the one I'm doing right now. I believe that would be.
Is that the one of the Lou action comedy?
is I believe it should be a draft of an email. I mean, what you would put in there. I mean, you introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Grant Rosado. Uh, uh, Hype yourself up. I've made 2 feature films. I've premiered at the Miami Film Festival. And that's. If you don't have anything to hype yourself, I mean, you should always know how to sell yourself. Hype yourself up with them. I've made 3 short films, or everyone has some sort of accolade they can build themselves. Logline, my film was about this. And then we're trying to raise this amount to accomplish this. We had a proof of concept. We did. And also put their names in it. You really have to put it, because if they don't see their names, they won't read. So if you look at the top there, that's actually the last name of whoever this email went out to, and then we put their first name in the opening splurge. But yeah, and then also having something for them to watch is big. A trailer or like a short film for a proof of concept, some other way for them to engage besides text. But introduce yourself, introduce the project, say what your goals are. I would say always be setting up a call. Always have a call to action at the end. I would love to set up a call with you, or I would love to speak with you more, or yada, blah blah blah, yada yada. And it's just about the same way you would introduce yourself to anyone at a cocktail party. Should be kind of how you put the email together. I hope that makes sense.
It does indeed. I'd love to know some of the statistics, because I think a lot of people going through this process might contact 10 or 15 executive producers, not get an email back and go, this doesn't work. So I'm wondering, do you know how many people you contacted in total? And from that, for example, how many people actually replied or got on a call with you? And then how many people invested from that, as a rough kind of ballpark?
Sure. I think I have. I believe I sent a list of. If you can pull, I believe I sent you a mailing list in the same folder that was in where I blurred out everyone. I blurred out the email addresses and people's names, but it should give you. No, it's around 10,000. I would say it's around, like, for Puff 9, we did around 10,000 emails. I would say.
Wow, 10,000 emails.
Yeah, I would say 10. I mean, I would say 10,000. And also, like, you don't just want to do IMDb Pro. There's other good, like, school alumni resources tends to have a lot of emails. Political. If you look up, like, political donors, you can find a lot of email lists that way. That's the email list. Well, that's the email list I'm doing for my new film right now. But it should give you a scope of the size, but it's around that for Puff and Iron as well. And it needs to be more than 10 or 15. It needs to be quite a lot. It is a lot of, and you also have to realize that these people are getting these emails like every single day. They're getting these emails, so you really have to make yourself stand out. And if you don't have the accolades to stand out, which, let's be honest, most people unfortunately do not, including myself. I really don't stand out that much. The way you stand out is honestly with persistence and with showing your belief in the project, and also the initial funding you put in. If you already have 10% of your budget raised, that's really big to put in your email, or 30. Actually, that honestly, we're dumb. We should have done that for Part 9. It should have been action comedy, 30% raised, Golden Globes raised, something like that. So that's really how you have to stand out in this kind of swarm of people. But it does work. Yeah. I promise you it works. You will send the right email. I promise. It just takes a lot of time and effort and persistence.
Yeah, I'm an executive producer on IMDb, and my email is listed on there. And yeah, the amount of emails that I get in comparison to how much I got before I put my email on there has been a big change. So there's definitely a lot of people who are doing this, but actually probably not as many as you think in terms of, I think this is still a strategy that's really, really effective, but not that many filmmakers do it, probably because a lot of filmmakers send 10 or 15 emails, don't hear back, and go, this doesn't work for me. Whereas I think it is a numbers game. And can you tell us a little bit about how many people did you have to have calls with in order to get that last part of the investment, which I think was, I think the total budget was about 120K, right? So you raised another 70K for the second part. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, actually calling people. Actually calling people on the phone. I mean, it was a Zoom call. It was mainly. That's a good question. I would say, I mean, not that many, because a lot of people did put it. Because once you have that initial, a lot of people were putting in like 15, like 15 or 20. It was a couple of those.
Okay.
And we also, I think Chris and I also put in. We also put in more of our own money, because because we went and we lived back with our back with his mother.
Okay.
So it was a little bit from us, and then it was a little bit with it was a little bit with Kevin helping out, and then we kind of. It wasn't that many, but it was a couple, but they were big ones, I would say.
Okay, well, that's interesting that those were actually the bigger ones. Those are the people who you didn't know and who you did this cold outreach to. But I guess it helps to get those bigger investments now that you've had the initial investment and you made the first part of the film and it was good and you had a good trailer and you could therefore, use that as a pitch. And speaking of pitches, I'm wondering, did you have an official pitch deck you were using, or when you were getting on a call with these people and asking them for investment, what were you presenting?
Actually, well, honestly, for a film, you should have a pitch deck. My new one does have a pitch deck. For a film this small, the only ones who really looked at the pitch decks were the initial, with the landlord and the lawyer, and those guys. The trailer did a lot of the talking. I would say the trailer for the we made from the first half did a lot of the talking. Not a lot of people asked to look at the pitch deck. It was a really small, relatively speaking to them, it was a really small amount of money. But it was a lot of like, oh yeah, we have a connection through the college, we have a connection through donations. You guys are clearly serious people. You clearly know what you're doing. I can tell. I see it with my own eyes because of the trailer, because of the article, because you shot the first half of the film and it was not a disaster. And of course, and before you can show that as well. Before instead of shooting the first half of the film, you can show that with your proof of concept that you put together, or a short film that you've made, like, the money is not going to disappear to the ether. It's real. I can see it. I hope.
Okay. And I've got a question around kind of the practical aspects, contracts, etc. Did you have a lawyer that put together your contracts for the private investors? Was that a very kind of official document that you put together for that? And how did you go about it from that kind of legal and more practical perspective once someone gave you a yes?
We did have papers put together. It was not everyone signed. Like I said, a lot of people just sent the money over. To be honest, they really they just sent it over. A lot. I would say around half of the investors actually signed the paperwork. And actually, the lawyer who invested the 5K did the paperwork actually. So he's an awesome guy, Evan Krause, super awesome dude. Yeah, no, I would say only around like half. But yeah, we did. The lawyer who put it in, who did it for us. Sent over the money.
And do you think from this point onwards, I mean, having this film completed and done, do you think that's going to change your funding strategy going forward? I mean, do you think that's given you some sort of credibility as a filmmaker so that you can use different strategies, or are you going to be using kind of more of the same for the next films?
No, I'm not. No, I've stopped up. I'm working. I'm getting out of. I'm trying to, I guess, get up to the next level. I mean, the way I'm going about it now is I reached out to a couple of actually in the beginning, from the movie I'm doing now, in the beginning it was the same strategy. I reached out to a couple of investors of Puffing Iron who really loved the movie. They gave me a small amount of money for getting a casting director, And then I got that casting director attached, and now we're kind of putting together a proper cast for my next one. With it has right now we have John Rhys Davies, and he's the guy who played Gimli in Lord of the Rings, and he played Gimli in Lord of the Rings, and then he played Sala in Indiana Jones. Yeah, Indy is I love him to death. And then we have Elia Baskin. He's from the old Spider-Man movies. He did he was the guy Peter. He's the guy who always haggled Peter for rent. He's like, "Where's my rent? Where's my rent?" Mr. Dickovich. I don't know. He's a really bright spot of my childhood. I don't know. This audience maybe I don't know if they remember, but those guys. And then what we're doing is we're running a Kickstarter for it. Basically, I paid for Elia. We gave what we did is we give the actors 10% down, and then so I paid for Elia with my own money, and then I used Elia to raise the money to attach John Rhys Davies, and then we're using Elia and John Rhys Davies to raise the money to attach the third actor, and that's actually what I have the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter is live now. 8rxkickstarter.com. If I can, I don't know if I can send it in the thing.
I can also add. I'll add the link here to the chat for everyone so they can check it out.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it would mean a lot. I think so. Yeah. I guess it's a different. Yeah, it was a different strategy. Well, the initial strategy was the same. I went to some of the investors who really like Puff and Iron. They gave me development funds, which is basically just because they really like Puff and Iron. They gave me development funds to attach a casting director, then to attach the initial cast, and then it's kind of just I used the initial cast to attach a bigger cast, and now I'm using the bigger cast to run the Kickstarter. And to attach I guess the biggest fish possible. And then from there I'm going to I'm taking it to production companies and pitching it. Here's the cast, here's the proof of concept. What is a cast? Am I allowed to answer these questions or?
Yeah. So I think because that's what I was going to ask as well. Because I think everyone always says, okay, you need funding in order to get actors, and you need actors in order to get funding, and it's the biggest chicken and egg kind of dilemma and question that we get on these calls. So it's interesting that you mentioned that you'd raise some of the money to attach just one actor. Can you talk a little bit about how that works? So were you guaranteeing them a fee even if the film doesn't get made? And is that how you were attaching them, or how does that work?
Yeah, so we give them 10% down. So whatever, I'm not going to say the fees. So whatever 10% is of their total thing. You can attach my name. You can attach my name to the. You're more than welcome to attach my name to the pitch packet. Here's the money to allow you to do that. 10%. That's how we did it, and then. And then you raise a little bit of whatever your first actor is. You use that to raise the money to get the next guy, and then we're using him to raise the money to get to the next guy.
Okay, that's really, really interesting. And by the way, guys, do keep those questions coming, and we'll get to some more questions over here in a moment. But my final question to you is, for everyone over here who is looking to fund their first feature film at the moment, they're going through that process that you went to with Puffing Iron. What are some of the biggest pieces of advice that you can give them that we perhaps haven't touched upon just yet?
Well, my biggest piece of advice was because Puffing Iron was still my second. For my first one, I would say just make a feature film, even if it's awful. You can put it up. You can put it up on Amazon Prime. Does not care. You can put it up on Amazon Prime, and you can say I made a feature film, shot, edited, 90 minutes. It's up on Amazon Prime. That way when you're going to someone for your second, which should be, I would say, within the Puffing Iron range or on 100, you can say, there is that security they have, which is, my money is not just going to disappear into the nether. It is, it's, he knows how to make a movie, and also, I also say, another thing I'll say is when you make a movie for nothing, you really do have a true understanding of when you do have money, you know exactly where you actually need to spend it. Because a lot of money, I think a lot of things that people are upset with in the industry nowadays, and you see this happening with Snow White or whatever, is they have $200 million, and they just, they just blast everything with a money hose, and they kind of become detached from, what do they actually need to spend money on to improve? What do they actually need, to get better? And they don't have the answers to those questions because they're just like blowing money on everything. But when you make it for nothing, you really like, oh, like I have $5,000. I should spend it on these lenses because my first film I made for nothing. One of the biggest reasons why people didn't watch it was because, the lenses were really cheap. They clicked off, I should spend it, or no, I need to spend it on, the actor, you really do, when it's, you really do like, you gain such a unique perspective that people in the industry nowadays just do not have because they're used to working from a place. They're used to working from a place with they're used to working with the privilege of having $1 million to throw at something. But when you don't, and you kind of you make the first one for nothing, then you make the second one for 100,000. You know where that money should be spent. It's like oh, I should spend this money on getting on this really specific piece of camera equipment because it lets me do like all these crazy things. I'll give an example for Puffing Eye. Like for Twas the Night, which was my first one, we used like a tripod and a gimbal, and we had all these like really like finicky pieces of camera equipment, and it slowed down production so much because the gimbal was like it didn't really work. But for Puffin' Eye, we're like, oh, let's spend $5,000 on a steady cam because we can get a dolly shot with that. We can get a dolly shot with that. We can get a crane shot with that. We can get all these different shots on this one piece of equipment, and and also now you own it because you spend the money on it, and you really do like you're like, oh, okay, this is where the money needs to go. It's hard, but it's worth it, and it does. And then I heard you speaking before this. You said, what is your advantage? What is your? I believe that's how you ended your last speaking. What is your advantage when you're raising money for your first speak? Your advantage should be that like I've made a feature film. That's my advantage. I from beginning to end, I will use your money in a way to get you something better than what I'm already showing you. I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. And having that credibility as a filmmaker that you've made a feature film, even if it was shot for nothing, is really, really useful and positive. And actually, if you manage to make a feature film for nothing, you're pretty much almost guaranteed to make your money back from that one, right? Because you haven't actually had that many costs, which is really, really great. Yeah. So that's great, but it also shows your investors exactly what you said, which is that you're not going to blow their money, and you know how to be really, really kind of creative with how you budget in order to keep those costs low. So I've got one more question, but I just want to ask everyone again, if you guys have any other questions that you want to ask Grant, please feel free to add it to the chat now. If you ask any questions in the past, they might have gotten lost a little bit in this long chat. So please feel free to add them in the comments now, and we'll ask them in a moment. But my final question for you as well is, what's next? What are the next projects that you're currently working on, and sort of what's coming up in the next couple of years?
Yeah, sure. The next one is 8RX. It has Ilya Baskin, it has John Rhys Davies. It's the one I'm doing the Kickstarter for, 8RX Kickstarter.com, to raise the development costs to get another actor. It's about cops who go undercover in a pharmaceutical company. So it's like a classic Jackie Chan police versus mob action movie, but it has a fresh new coat of paint. Instead of police versus mob, it's police versus like pharmaceutical company. It harkens back to the old Jackie Chan films. We shot together a proof of concept for it. We pieced it together. You can see it on the page. It's an action movie. I'm really putting everything into this one. That's the one I'm working on. It's a lot of fun. It's a really rewarding process. And then I'm basically just rounding out the cash to get funding for this next one. It's going really well. I'm very confident in where we will end up, and anything helps. Any sort of contribution really does help us out on getting to that next stage.
Okay, cool. And we've got a couple of questions over here. One, did your movie make money, and did the investors get their money back? I'm guessing the answer is it's way too early to tell at this point because it hasn't been fully distributed yet. But we also had a question about your past film and how it's doing right now. Because you mentioned it's already out on Tubi and so on. Are you happy with the sales and the results from that?
I mean, we didn't really see any money from. I'm happy that it made money in the sense that, you know, I used it to raise money for my next film, as I guess I would say. We went with Vertical Entertainment. They put it up onto Tubi for us, and like that was like, I think we were like junior seniors in college. So I mean, the fact that it was anywhere, we were like, I mean, we went crazy. So I mean, we didn't really, in terms of doing due diligence on sales or anything like that. We weren't. I'll be honest, we weren't really paying attention. We were just so happy like it got up onto Tubi. And then, like I said, like, you know, we used it. You know, to me, it did turn a profit because we used it to raise money for the next one. That was the sales. To me, that was the sales. Was using it to keep the momentum rolling, to keep the ball rolling.
Okay, really interesting. Okay, and we've got a couple of other questions over here, just quick ones. Have you found more success finding funding and applying for art grants or private investors? And I guess I just want to expand on that a little bit. Did you apply for any grants, any funds, any tax incentive programs, or any type of soft funding, or was it pure equity?
No, I've not had any luck with that. It was pure equity. And like I said, treating it a lot like a charity as well helps out a lot, especially when it's like you know, I wanted to see we legalized, or I want to support the school, or I want to support these filmmakers. I really don't think you're going to have much of any luck with an ROI, because I mean, the way people calculate ROI nowadays is like they like, oh, okay, like they have like, they take your cast and they put it into like their little like algorithm models, and it spits out, it gives them back like oh, this guy is worth, you know, this much. This guy is worth, you know, this guy's worth 1.5 million. This guy's worth this much. And if it doesn't add up to your budget, they just go no. I mean, they really don't look at it beyond that. So for your first film, I don't think you're gonna have any luck getting any sort of ROI. I would treating it like not a charity, but treating it as a vehicle to forward their message, or like I said, getting the funds together to do it yourself, like getting the funds together from your team to do it yourself and show, hey, I got, you know, 50% of this raised. So that way, when you do go to someone, the risk is like so low, where it's just like, you know, the ROI, it is a possible ROI, and then you can offer them first out. I think that could help a lot, where it's like, hey, I put together 50 for this, I'll give you first out, you know, I won't touch any of the money until you see it. That should help you, but really getting people, you know, connected and believing in the message of you, the movie, and the people you work with is your best goal, I would say.
Yeah. Grant, thank you so much. This has been a really, really interesting talk. I think I really hope it opened up the audience's eyes to the various different ways in which you funded your film as much as mine did. I think it's also a really, really kind of inspiring story to show people that without all of these previous contacts, without just having, you know, a rich family or anything like that, you were able to actually raise all the funds for this film through all of these different ways. I think it's not often that you get to hear these types of stories from filmmakers, because normally the story is, I already had these contacts, I already had this, I already had that, and therefore I was able to fund my next film. So it's so great to hear from someone like yourself. So yeah, once again, I just love to say a massive thank you for coming on and for sharing your story.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate it. I'm always looking to help. And I will say, you know, you hear those stories, people have contacts. Now, you have contacts too. Everyone, you know, no matter who you are, everyone wants to make a movie. You know, anyway, now. So I just get your friends together, and just everyone has something special that they can bring to the team, whether it's in front of the camera or behind. You know, you just have to be creative.
Yeah, great. Well, once again, thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for coming on and sharing all of this useful information. And yeah, hope you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, guys, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to go into the next talk where we will be talking a bit more about putting together a fundable film package and how you can present that to potential investors. But in the meantime, we're going to have a quick 5-minute break, and we will be back in 5 minutes. And in the meantime, as you probably have seen from our previous emails and this slide, you all get a free 30-day trial with your ticket to CineCircle Pro, where you can network with some of the other attendees, and there is a various other benefits that come with that as well, which you can check out over here. So I'd really recommend joining that over the next couple of minutes while we have a little break before the next speaker. So we'll see you all in 5 minutes. Hi, all, and we are back. I hope you had a nice quick break and that you're ready for the next talk. In this next session, we are going to be discussing how to create an irresistible film package that investors would be interested in. And in that, we're going to talk a little bit about what makes a film marketable in 2025, how to structure your pitch deck and what to include, and also how to put together a distribution and marketing strategy that is actually going to work. And with that, I would love to introduce to the stage Eric Parkinson. Eric, I am going to add you on now. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. And I want to apologize. We got a really big shoot this week, and I'm kind of staging equipment, so it's a little bit of a mess. But hopefully, my thoughts will be organized.
No problem. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It would be great if you could start off by just telling us a little bit more about yourself, your past experience, and also what you currently do.
Okay. I've been in the film business a really long time. I started out making videos for MTV back in the early 80s when MTV actually still ran music videos. I think it's mostly a programming of reality shows and stuff like that now. But that was really good training in Los Angeles to learn, how to use equipment, what works, what doesn't work, operating budgets, and dealing with the hierarchy of distributors, and in that case, record companies, but it's very similar to dealing with film distributors. And very quickly, just like after 1 year of doing music videos, I found myself in an unusual situation where I was offered the opportunity to become general manager of a company that was in a new field of video distribution. Back in 1984, there were actually two competing formats for video where people could watch at home. One of them was called Betamax, and the other one was called VHS. It was so new that nobody even understood what was going to prevail and how it was going to work. So starting in November of 1984, I started going to some of the film festivals, such as the American Film Market in Los Angeles. Back then it was held at the Riot Hyatt, which is that Hyatt hotel on Sunset Boulevard, infamous for rock and roll crazy parties. But, we were going around and talking to different producers from around the world and saying, there's a new trend where people are watching movies at home, and it's called video. And we'd like to license the right to put your film out on VHS or Betamax. And they're like, what is that? We don't understand what that is. And nobody really knew what was a fair deal structure. And back then, there was like 8 of us who were acquiring rights to this new video format. And we all kind of sat down and said, what do you think is a fair royalty? Nobody really knew. Kind of at that point came up with the concept that the producer would get 20%. And of course, that ultimately proved years later to be horrifically abusive for the program rights owners. And that formula for the royalty participation started to change. And so did the format. So obviously the format went from Betamax and VHS to just VHS until about, I don't know, maybe 2002. There was a brief period in there where people were putting movies out on laser discs, which were about the size of an album. And they were slightly better quality than a VHS video. And then everything switched in the early 2000s to DVD. DVD was better quality. It was cheaper to make and easier to merchandise because it didn't take up as much shelf space at a retail store. And we started selling DVDs and reached a point where we were selling literally millions of copies of DVDs every month to Walmart stores. Walmart had slowly emerged from just being a small rural southern chain to being the most dominant retailer in the world. And certainly when it came to the distribution of pre-recorded videos, they were 51% of the market, meaning that an order from Walmart was worth more than all of the other stores in North America combined. And that became a really important customer to build a marketing plan around. And as a result, you saw all kinds of interesting scenarios where filmmakers from James Cameron to Spike Lee, actors like Hugh Jackman, Lady Gaga, they would start coming to Northwest Arkansas to talk about the release of their movies onto the DVD format. They would meet with Walmart, and they would show up at these Saturday morning meetings, and they would do everything from a concert if they were a musician to just doing a lot of handshaking. But it was because the support of Walmart for a movie could really, really make a big difference. And it's difficult to say on the upside how much difference Walmart made during that period of time, but certainly on the downside, when they look at the movie like the Silence of the Lambs sequel, which was called Hannibal, they were very offended with some of the content where one of the people was thrown in a pig sty and the pigs ate the guy, and they just didn't like it, and Walmart didn't carry that title, and as a result, it was about $12 million of lost revenue because of a content decision, even for a movie with the stellar cast and the pedigree of having the momentum of being a sequel to Academy Award Best Picture winner. So that was an interesting time, about 10, 12 years where doing business with Walmart as a distributor was a lot like having an ATM with an unlimited balance. And that was a lot of fun. It became less fun about 2017, 2018, when the home streaming became so much more dominant that people quit buying DVDs and Blu-rays unless it was like a really high profile movie, like a Mission Impossible or Avengers film or something like that. And so all of the smaller independent films that had previously counted on the DVD market as being close to 50% of your revenue upside, it just became zero. And in some cases, it became worse than zero because Walmart would order 40 or 50,000 DVDs and only sell 10,000 and send the other 40,000 back for full credit. And what you've done is you've basically taken your potential profit and you've invested it in dead inventory as well as warehouse space and paying UPS to ship it out and to ship it back. And it just became an unattractive scenario. So about 2018, I made a decision to kind of get out of the DVD and Blu-ray business and refocus the company into one of two areas. I kind of apologize. I kind of skipped over some of my business background. I was working at Continental Video in the early 80s. I had an independent company called Twin Tower Entertainment. And ultimately, I joined Hemdale Films. Hemdale Films, I was the CEO and originally set up a video company, and then ultimately saw the Hemdale Films all the way through the sale of the library to MGM. In 1996, we sold that library, and that included movies like Terminator, Platoon, Last Emperor, Hoosiers, Whales of August, 170 films. We sold that to MGM, and it was part of a combined roll-up with Credit Lyonnais Bank that also included the libraries of Dino De Laurentiis, Canon Films, Orion Pictures. There might have been a few others in that group. These were all independent film companies that were hugely successful in the 80s and 90s and ultimately rolled all into MGM. Then I bought a company that was a book publisher. The publishing company was called Hanover House. Truman Press and Hanover House was the releasing label. I bought that company in 2002 because at that time, Walmart, Kmart, Target, Best Buys, major retailers of DVD product in America, were not accepting new vendors. If you wanted to be a DVD distributor in 2002, your option was really to go to an existing supplier like Warner Brothers or somebody like that who already had a vendor number. And I didn't want to pay that double distribution fee. So by purchasing a book company, we were able to be an existing vendor that added DVDs. And of course, they closed that door shortly thereafter and said, if you don't already sell DVDs, you can't add it to your existing product line of toys or whatever your existing vendor number is. But that was a way that Hanover House got into Walmart, Target, Best Buy, and all of those major retailers at a time when even Sir Richard Branson couldn't do it. He tried to open up Virgin as a direct label and was not able to do that. So that was a good opportunity for us to jump in at the DVD business during that real glory season of 2002 to about 2015, 2016. But what we do now at Hanover House is basically two areas of activity. One area of activity we're not even active in yet, but we've been developing it now for several years, and that is that we are establishing a streaming service primarily for independent movies. And the name of that service is called MyFlix, which is MyFlix. So it's like Netflix, but it's MyFlix. And we have met with all of my colleagues who are also independent film distributors, and we've signed up 42 libraries of independent films, and collectively there's about 15,000 independent films that will go onto MyFlix. It may not surprise you to hear that it's extremely expensive to launch a streaming service like that. That's why, places like Disney has Hulu and Paramount has their labels. And I mean, most of the streaming services have a large corporate partner or deep pockets affiliation. And so it's been a little harder for us to launch the MyFlix, but that is something that is, and as my cat would agree, that's something more than aspirational. It's something that we're definitely going to do, and feel like it will provide a good outlet for a lot of independent films. Speaking of which, when we first came up with MyFlix, it was very difficult for an independent distributor to get a lot of their films onto streaming services. And, you would have a guy that might have 400 movies in their library, and only 20 or 30 were accepted by, at the time, places like Netflix and HBO Max. But of course, now that has leveled out a lot with the growth of companies like Tubi and Roku, Amazon Prime. It's a lot easier to get a movie onto streaming services now. The real challenge is, how do you get people to ask for your movie? And we'll come around to that, because the agenda you sent me does bring that up as one of the questions, which is, how can you maximize your return on investment or your success through the streaming services? The other area that Hanover House is involved in is that we are producing films. And in that respect, we're extremely active in the worldwide financing of those films. There are, in our opinion, three general categories of film productions that seem to be working right now in the international marketplace. Everybody's familiar with the high-end films. It's a little bit like winning a lottery ticket, because it's very difficult to put together a film with the level of casting that is necessary to get the level of pre-sales that would support that level of casting. It's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. If you got, big stars like, Bradley Cooper and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson committed to your film, they're going to want a really big check. But where do you go to get that really big check? There's only a handful of places, and they have a lot to choose from. So to me, the really high-end movies are a lot more aspirational and harder to put together than the meat and potatoes of movies that can be more readily put together with a combination of state or government incentives, private equity, and then modest distribution pre-sale. So we are involved at Hanover House in putting together movies mostly in the category of 2 to 5 million, although we do have some projects that are slightly over that. We have an action film that we're doing in Malta, which is 22 million. And that, again, happened because we were very fortunate to have a strong script, and that strong script attracted the actors, and the strong script and the strong actors attracted some significant pre-sale opportunities. But most of what we do is not movies like that. Most of what we do are much smaller films. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we are shooting this week a film, and it's being funded entirely by Hanover House. It's called Native Fables, and it's a collection of 5 short films about Native American issues and historical events. This weekend, well, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then the following Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we are shooting Trail of Tears, and it's a project we're making in association with United Kitoa Band of Cherokee Indians, and they have provided not capital, but they provided historical research. They provided crew people and cast people and on-set assistance to make sure that we are historically accurate. And I think that we'll end up with a really good film for the Trail of Tears. So that's an exciting little project for us to do, and it's not something that requires that we go out and do a major public company offering of millions of dollars. It's something that we are able to easily fund internally. The next level up of movies kind of fit what I consider to be like the standard 3-legged stool of a feature film financing package. And those are films where about 1/3 of the funding is coming as a result of a state or governmental incentive rebate, whether it's a cash rebate like you get in Malta, or if it's a tax rebate like a lot of the states offer here in America, where you actually get the rebate in the form of a tax credit, and you have to find somebody to buy that tax credit, which always results in a discount. They don't buy it for 100 cents on the dollar. Sometimes they'll buy it for as little as 85 cents on the dollar. But that's whatever your net amount is, you try to arrange that about a third of your budget is coming from incentives. About a third of your budget needs to come from in the form of a bankable or at least semi-bankable distribution guarantee. And this is where Hanover House has been very helpful to some of these producers, where we can provide sales estimates, historical support for why those sales estimates are realistic and obtainable. We're also a publicly traded company, so we have the ability to generate capital if needed through the sale of stock in order to pay off a guarantee. But you still make that 1/3 of your budget. And then the third leg of the three-legged stool we prefer is some form of private equity. And whether that's getting, family and friends to put up some money, or getting the producer and director to defer a significant portion of their fees, or a combination thereof, where you go out and you have somebody that really believes in your story, and they're willing to risk a portion of the budget because you have this pre-sale and you have this incentive. And that tends to be a really good financial formula. Of course, like I said, your agenda here, I've skipped past how do you get the pre-sale, and so you really have to do a lot of work to get to that point.
So should we dive into, at the moment, for a lot of filmmakers who are here and they're looking to develop a film, and they're looking to develop a film pitch that actually has potential to make a profit. I mean, with that, you have to create a film that's actually marketable. And I'm wondering, it was really interesting to hear the history of all, of film over the last 30 years and how different things are right now. So in 2025, if you had to really boil it down, what makes a film really attractive to distributors, for example, or to, sales agent, and something that you feel is marketable for an audience?
That's a very good question, and it is the most important question that an independent producer can ask themselves as they put together a project. It probably doesn't surprise you to hear I get pitched a lot of stuff, and everybody kind of skips over, is this marketable, as being a relevant question. And it is clearly, to a distributor, the most important question. You have in your agenda some questions that go into greater specificity about what makes a strong package. But I would have to say, first and foremost, coming up with a solid log line or 2 or 3 sentence synopsis is super important. You don't have to go into the details of all the subplots and things like that. If you can't explain it in 2 or 3 sentences, the distributor is going to assume that it's going to be very difficult to make a trailer or a commercial that explains it to the audience. And we're always, as distributors, we're always looking for the first kind of impressions about how does this project strike me as a potential viewer, and how will that also translate into consumers who might walk past your poster in a theater lobby, and if it doesn't stand out to them, they just keep walking because there's 25 other posters lined up down the halls as they walk to the screening room. So I would have to say that the best step to do is to come up with a solid pitch as to what the project is, and to come up with a piece of artwork that is almost like a teaser poster. You don't have to go all the way to the level of making like a credit block and putting logos and things like that on it. But if you, as a filmmaker, can express to a distributor your creative vision, and that creative vision is shown in a poster art that they can say, oh, I get that. That looks really cool. I think people want to see that. That's going to help your pitch a lot. And if you don't have a good piece of art and a compelling 3 or 4 sentence summary, they're not going to read your script. They're not going to open up a big PowerPoint presentation. It's like, I don't think that's going to work for me. It's real easy to reject product when you've got a convoy coming at you every day from producers. And I just feel like a lot of people don't pay attention to what's important, and making a film easily understood and easy to market is going to take you a long way towards getting a good bankable pre-sale from a major distributor, because you're showing them this is what people are going to see. And so that would be one of my first comments. But
yeah, and I think one thing that I always tell people, because I have a marketing background, not even in the film industry, but the main thing is that a confused mind never buys. A confused mind never takes action. And if people are confused as to what your type of film is going to be, they're most likely not going to watch it, because most people who these days go on a streaming platform, they're looking for a film and they want that. This film is going to be like that. And if they don't understand what your film is going to be, they're never gonna, spend the 2 hours watching it. But I'm wondering, to what extent can, we understand that that film needs to be something that people will relate to and they understand, but to what extent does the film need to be different, new, creative, in that, versus having something that people understand exactly what it is?
Well, I mean, I think that's, and I don't want to say that's almost assumed, but if your film isn't different, it's going to be difficult to say that this is the reason it deserves to be made. If you just say, I'm doing a complete remake of 25 other films you've already seen that are already available, that's easy for the distributor to say, well, that's not sellable for me. But once you come up with a unique twist, that's a very good point. When you're selling an independent film to a distributor, and you're talking about conceptual content or what makes it different, you have to understand that what makes the big movie successful is usually the momentum of a known IP property or the credibility and the fan following of major stars. And an independent film probably isn't going to have either of those unless you're very smart, very creative. And one of the points that you just said is, how do you make your film instantly communicate? If somebody goes to a advertiser-supported streaming service such as Tubi or Roku, and 93% of people that go to those sites, they don't know what they're going to watch. They're like, hey, you want to see a movie? Yeah, what's on? I don't know, let's see what they got. They don't specifically say, I want to see this particular movie. I mean, maybe they'll say, yeah, I want to see that new Demi Moore horror film. I mean, there's exceptions, but most of the time, 93% of the people want to go and be told what would be a good suggestion for them. So if you have chosen as an independent producer, and I'm just going to pick kind of a goofy analogy, if you've chosen to make a horror film and your star is the Bigfoot monster, you should probably have the word Bigfoot in your title. You should probably have a big, cryptozoid, primate looking monkey on your artwork, because that way you're able to, if somebody's scanning through the just cacophony and plethora of just thousands of movies that they could choose from, they see that big monster, they see the name Bigfoot, they go, let's see Bigfoot. I love Bigfoot movies, and maybe that's one of those categories where they haven't yet to exhaust the audience. It seems like there's still a demand for Bigfoot movies, but the same thing could be said for public domain stories like Grimm's fairy tales, for example. The audience is going to say, I remember Hansel and Gretel, or I remember Rapunzel, whatever thing. There's a lot of momentum that a filmmaker can tap into that creates instant recognition to the audience, and I think that gives you a leg up. It gives you an advantage over all the other films where there isn't that kind of an emotional or historic knowledge already for the property.
Yeah,
and that's just
and I think. Absolutely. And I think you mentioned so many interesting things there in terms of, making that film package that's sort of, that's actually investable, use tax credits and incentives and soft funding, up to 30% of your, or more if you can, but, at least 30% of your budget, to have some sort of pre-existing audience, whether that be through, works that are in the public domain, whether that be through star power and so on, that you've got. Anything else that you can think of in terms of, before moving on to actually preparing a pitch deck, just in terms of what else can filmmakers who are working on a really kind of shoestring budget or a lower budget under $1 million, what else can they put in their film that that would make it easier to market later down the line?
Well, I mean, you kind of asked two questions, or at least the way I heard two questions. One of them was, still a pitch presentation for a distributor, and the other one was what's actually in the film.
Yeah, so we'll move into the pitch presentation in just a moment, but still just talking about the film and the marketability of the film. Are there any other elements aside from, you know, that pre-existing stories, the talent, the tax credits, anything else that the film package can have to make it more marketable?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that to the extent that you are able to get some actors with some credibility and momentum to their resumes, that's helpful. I currently have, and I can't say exactly the person because there's an NDA, but I currently have a package in front of me that we are planning to help finance, where the director has been in a lot of movies himself as an actor, and he decided that he wanted to direct, and he made the intelligent decision of contacting a lot of his high profile friends and saying, you got to help me out. I'm in transition to being a director. I can only pay a SAG scale. I know you normally get millions of dollars. And that becomes an attractive package for a distributor, where for an affordable price, you now have a lot of name actors in it. I also think that the type of movie you're making is extremely important to the distributor. You know, it's often said that comedy doesn't work, and it really works in the country of origin because, you know, if you put, you know, Will Ferrell in a film and he has some crazy wisecrack jokes, that particular vernacular might not even be understood in the UK or South Africa, even though they're English-speaking nations. And so comedy is something that I would say most independent producers should probably stay away from, because more likely than not, you won't get international sales. And it's such a big percentage of what you can do. You know, we have a film that we're currently distributing at limited basis theatrically. And we did the limited theatrical in order to enhance its profile so that we can do some interesting things on streaming, which I can go into a little bit later. But the international revenue is already greater than our entire domestic revenue, including our projected income from streaming, because it hits a genre that is very friendly to those buyers. And that particular genre is horror film. It's horror. It's got an exorcism theme, and those seem to always do well around the world because people that like horror films dig it, and people that are religious dig it because the exorcism theme reinforces their own religious dogma beliefs. So it works in two ways. But you know, comedy is tough to sell. Horror is a little bit easier. As much as I love Westerns, I'm currently directing and starring in a Western right now called Indian Territory. That's a tough sell internationally. Movies that are primarily African-American casts, they are hard to sell internationally. And it's a strange phenomenon, which I think is somewhat born from cultural racism. You know, I don't know why, but you can't sell a lot of African-American movies internationally. That makes it harder to put together a package. Doesn't mean the films aren't meritorious and shouldn't be made. It just means you can't count on foreign. But, you know, clearly action adventure films are going to be the most friendly for getting a distribution pre-sale. Comedy is the least friendly. And then somewhere in between there, you've got everything else. Like family films is probably number 2 to action adventure. Drama is more difficult just because they tend to be very language specific, and a lot of dubbing is required to, you know, you got a husband and wife having a psychodrama meltdown. It loses a lot of the timing when you start putting it into Greek and other languages. So anyway, I don't know if I'm really answering the question because it was kind of a broad question, but I would say the genre is really important. And then, you know, what you mentioned a little bit earlier was, you know, something unique about your film that doesn't already have 25 contemporary and comparable movies like it out there. That's a good selling point, because when you're sitting in the Palais in Cannes, France, you know, and buyers from South Korea and Philippines and Malaysia are walking past your booth, you got to be able to tell them in just a few seconds why they need this movie for their territory. And you can't say it's just like everything else. You got to say, this is outrageous. This is different. This is new. This is the first movie like this. So I
Okay.
wish I could say there's a black box, but try to make your movie different. It would be just the general statement.
Interesting. And I'd love to move on to talking a little bit about putting together that pitch deck specifically for investors. And if we can focus, on the business side of it. So I think a lot of filmmakers here, they sort of know, okay, well, I need to make the pitch deck visually appealing, and they put all the creative elements in it. But what needs to go into a pitch deck from a business and commercial point of view in order to make it so that an investor actually takes it seriously?
That's a really good question, and I see that pitch decks tend to be where the majority of projects that come to us collapse. That the producer putting together the pitch deck, whether it's asking for us to do a pre-sale or asking us to make an equity investment, or giving it to their friends on the golf course or whatever, that they're asking to make an equity investment. The biggest mistake I think that producers make is not creating realistic and obtainable income forecasts and an explanation of the revenue waterfalls. And a lot of times they have, producers have such a disjointed perception as to how the whole flow of cash works. I have had people contact me and say, I see on Box Office Mojo the movie did 1.2 million at the box office, but your royalty statement only reports half of that. Where's the rest of my money? I'm going, you don't realize that the theaters take a cut. I mean, that's it seems kind of basic to somebody that's been in business a long time, but there are a lot of producers that see stuff like that and they don't understand the economics of it. And if you don't understand the economics of it, you're not going to give an investor or a bank a realistic forecast as to what the film actually can make. It's really important to me, if you're an investor, that the production company coming to you with a pitch and asking for an investment has not just a compelling story for why the movie should be made. And the creative is important, but to the investor, most people, unless they've won the lotto, they have worked their asses off to make money, and they are very protective of it, and they want to see an obtainable plan where they're going to get their money back. And if you can't talk to them at that level and say, there's a downside, there's an upside, let's don't even talk about the 1 in a million crazy potential, which seems to be what everybody always does when they have a pitch. They say, this is the next Blair Witch project, which made 200 million. It's like, no, it's not. That's like saying, we're going to win the lotto tonight. I mean, it's so out of the realm of realistic revenue potential. If you bring it down to the reality and you say, this is how much money this type of movie is making on a 6-month or 1-year basis at Tubi. This is how much Roku is doing. This is how much you can get off of Amazon Prime, or if you can get a premium sale to somebody that buys it exclusively for 18 months or 2 years and pays you a premium license before you do the AVOD, and actually back it up with comparable films and comparable numbers. If you can do that, then you've come way ahead of the rest of the pack as far as saying, I have a realistic business plan. You do also.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
On what you just said there. So for filmmakers who, perhaps their film is a bit too low budget, or they don't have a sales agent on board, or, pre-sales, or even a sales agent on board in that development phase, how can filmmakers know what other films are actually making online? Because a lot of the kind of the box office stats are sort of just for theaters, right? But to actually know what a indie film made on Tubi, is there anywhere where they can find that kind of information?
Yeah, and that's really where I'm coming back to a big, long, circuitous route to say that one of the most important things, even before you talk to Uncle Jimmy about joining the film as an equity player, is to find a distributor, because the major distributors will share with you information to the extent that they don't cross over into proprietary, non-disclosure stuff. But like, for example, there's quite a few major distributors that are friendly and will talk to up and coming producers, such as Mill Creek Entertainment, which is part of Alliance Entertainment Group, such as Vision Films, which Lise Romanoff runs, and the company that I use for a lot of my films for VOD placement is called All Channel Films, And if you contact the people, for example, at All Channel Films, the president is Seth Kate and his head of sales is Dylan Reynolds, and you say, I've got a low budget horror film. It doesn't have any name stars in it, or maybe it's got this person or that person who are kind of a fledgling B-level star. And, you know, what do you think is realistic and possible? They'll give you those numbers, and they'll say, well, we just did such and such on a Hanover House horror film that didn't have stars, you know, and we did so much for you know, Magnum Entertainment or so much for Monarch Films. And they'll give you that information that helps you put together a private equity forecast. You can't rely on your distributors to do all your work for you, but they want your film. If you've got a good film that they can sell and make a 25% commission on the placement, they're going to take a few minutes to share with you information. If a distributor is so disinterested that they won't share with you information about how to put together a stronger package, they're probably either the wrong distributor for you, or your film is the wrong film for them. Maybe they only deal with a higher level of film and don't want to help their producer clients put together a package. And it is important to find the right distributor, somebody that you can have that direct communication with and who will help you out. But I would say that the first order of progress that I would do is create the artwork and create the log line, then go to a distributor and say, we are putting together this film. What do you think is a realistic sales range? Because your numbers will help us in speaking to our private equity people. And then once you have a domestic distributor like that kind of lined up, whether you sign with them or they just gave you some data, but you now have a package that you can go to someone like a Hanover House who might be able to put up some money or put up a distribution guarantee. And you also have the money, the package now that you can go to private equity and say, we're not just giving you blue sky numbers that we invented in the middle of the night or that we found off of a Google search. You know, we talked to this particular sales agent and this is what horror films are currently doing. And that's really important because the market changes and the technology changes all the time. You know, the media of whether it's a VHS or a Laserdisc or a DVD, or if it's streaming, or if it's AVOD, or if it's subscription or premium. I mean, there's how much money to be made varies as the market constantly matures. I do feel that we are about to enter what I would consider to be the golden age of AVOD, advertiser video on demand, and that's simply because as the market grows and as the economy remains a little shaky worldwide, people will want to maybe go more towards AVOD and less towards the premium services that are expensive and that they might not have that extra $20 a month now that some of their grocery goods have gone up. So I think we're about to have a real renaissance where AVOD is going to be big for the next 2 or 3 years. But anyway, you need numbers based on where the market's going to be, because you make your movie, it's going to take 6 months to finish the movie. You don't want to know what's happening right now. You want to look at the overall trends and say, where's the market going to be 6 months from now when my movie's finally ready to start pitching for these placements. So,
okay. I mean,
okay.
it sounds like, having that distributor on board in the very, very early stages is really, really crucial for this, to have those numbers and to have that credibility to pitch to investors. Is that something that's realistic for filmmakers who are making films with, a couple $100,000, who, might not have any big stars attached? Or do you think, and perhaps if it's a first-time film producer, do you think they have a chance to bring on board a distributor that's also, a good distributor, I'd say, who's going to help them in that development phase, give them some of those numbers, and perhaps even give them some sort of a minimum guarantee?
Yeah, and I do think the answer is yes. I know that if you have the horrible experience of going to the American film market, which is my least favorite market, there's like 1,500, maybe there's not that many. It seems like there's 1,500 companies that say they're international distributors, and you got to be really careful, because you want to get a distributor who has a reputation for paying its producers. And even the people that are really, really good at reporting and paying, they're still going to get lawsuits. I mean, that just happens. It's the nature of business, because you've got somebody that thinks that they should have got the box office gross and not the share after the theaters, and so you always have kind of weird what I would call frivolous lawsuits for any distributor out there, any of them. It's just it's a part of the business. But if you can find a distributor who believes in your project, is accessible to you, will put up cash or put up a bankable guarantee, and give you fair and timely reporting and all that, then that's a good distributor you want to go with. The answer is yes. If you've got a project for a couple $100,000 and you don't currently have any stars and you're not really sure what the revenue potential is, and you want to find out before you talk to Uncle Jimmy, a distributor can help you a lot of times more than you think. For example, a distributor might be able to say, I just got a call from the agent for such and such star, and because of their divorce, they desperately need, $10,000 or $20,000, and they'll come out and do your movie for a couple of days. And now your movie suddenly, the credibility and stature of your movie dramatically changes because of information that the distributor had that you didn't have. Because a lot of times we get calls from agents and they tell us stuff like that. Do you have something that so-and-so can do? And I'm not going to tell you some of the most recent people that have contacted me, but yeah, I mean, it's a distributor can be a real asset. And that's why I feel like you need to start the communication early on, and having the distributor communicating with you, whether you have a signed deal or not, just having them talking to you and helping you out. That's going to help you with your private equity people. You can say, look at these emails I got from so-and-so at Mill Creek Entertainment, or whomever it is you're talking to. It does add a lot of credibility to your project. And distributors want you to make a good movie. They want you to make a movie that they can sell. They don't want you to make a crappy movie and now the guy from Korea will never buy from them again because they bought it before the movie was done and it turned out to be unwatchable, and they take it out on the distributor. They want the producers to make a good movie. And so I think that you can get a lot of help from the right people. And let's be honest, $200,000, $300,000, that's a lot of cash. That's a lot of capital to put at risk for somebody. It's practically a house in a lot of states. I mean, it's not inconsequential, and it shouldn't be treated as an inconsequential film. But by the same token, as I've kind of alluded to, not every movie idea deserves to be made. And I think it's really important that the producers be honest and have a certain degree of circumspection and self-analysis. Like, is there really a market for this movie? Would I want to see this movie? Would other people want to see this movie? Would they pay money to a babysitter and drive to the theater to pay $16 per ticket to see this movie? Or they just sit at home and watch it one night, or they turn it off after 5 minutes and flip over to one of 20,000 other movies that are available to them. So you need to be really honest with yourself and analyze the film. And if you believe that it has a real reason to exist, and you can do it for the right price, go to a distributor, and the good distributors will help you. They will help you package your film.
It sounds like one of the most important things when you're packaging that film is having these relationships with distributors who could be interested. And I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts on how filmmakers, especially early on in their careers, how they can build up those connections and relationships with various distributors? I mean, is it at film markets? Is it just by emailing them? Like, what is a way so that they can build up the relationships, but also not be annoying to distributors who probably also want them to just get to the point?
That's a really good question. And I'm a big believer that a filmmaker should invest in themselves and pay for the money to get an admission badge to one of the major festivals, markets. The major markets are not necessarily the major film festivals, but certainly EFM, which is in Berlin every February, Cannes Film Festival, which is in France every mid-May, Toronto. Those are the three main markets where a lot of independent and studio distributors will be there exhibiting and marketing goods. And remember that they're not there to be pitched. They're there to sell you somebody else's movie to, Singapore, Australia, wherever. And so you can't expect to get more than just a few minutes, maybe not even a few minutes, maybe 30 seconds. But if you hand them a flyer with a compelling piece of art on it and say, I'm putting together this movie, worldwide rights are available, or foreign rights, whatever's available. And After the market, I know you're here to sell other people's movies. After the market, give me a call. Let's figure out if it is something that fits for you. That little quick 20, 30 seconds is going to generate huge harvests for you. Because you care enough about the movie that you show up at a market. You presented a professional piece of artwork that the distributor can see. This is how I would sell this movie. Wow, that's a really interesting looking poster. And then you said, contact me afterwards if you're interested. And they know that you're going to the next door and the next door and the next door. And they know, oh man, this is going to go. If I don't call this guy, somebody's going to get this. And I think that's the way that you develop the relationships. You just press the flash. It's like retail politics. You go door to door. And the only place to do that is really those three markets. The next big market is the Cannes Film Festival, which this year is the 13th through the 24th of May in Cannes, France. And they have hundreds of sellers in the basement of the Palais. The Palais is where they screen the movies, and you see all the big stars go up the red carpet and opening night ceremony. I think I'm going. Mission Impossible 8, which is with Tom Cruise and a buddy of mine. And not Tom Cruise. There's a guy in a movie that's about Holt McCallany. I've met Tom Cruise a couple of times, but it's always just been quick pleasantries, and couldn't call him a buddy. Anyway, I would, if I were a filmmaker and I was about to spend $200,000 or so on a production or more, I'd get a plane ticket, I'd buy a festival pass, and I would go to the Palais in the basement and just take some flyers and just go booth to booth to potential distributors that you think are, philosophically interested in your type of movie. Obviously, if it's a horror film, you don't go to an animation company. Just go to the people that sell horror films. But you can walk past their booths and see the kind of posters they have displayed on the walls and think, hey, I can see how my movie might fit with these guys. And then you go up to the reception area, and most of them hire local French girls to be the receptionists. But just say, look, I'm a producer. I've got this film. Here's the artwork. Can I speak with somebody? And most of the time they'll say, yeah. And then they'll grab somebody, come and do a quick handshake, and then you move on. And you have just planted seeds for the future success of the rest of your career. And to me, it's a democratic opportunity. It's not closed. You don't have to, be born into, Steven Spielberg doesn't have to be your dad or whatever. It's to get to know these people, and these people want your film, and you have to understand that you've got something that, they don't get paid unless they sell movies, and they need movies. They need fresh movies, and so they want commercial films. So I think that's a really smart thing to do, even before you go knock on doors to friends and family to raise the equity, because you might find, and I have to digress for just a moment to tell you the reason why I was hired as the CEO at Hemdale is because Credit Lyonnais Bank, which had been backing the company, removed a provision that they previously had. The provision they previously had on Hemdale was that they would finance any movie that they had at least a 50% pre-sale on. And of course, this in the early 80s and early 90s, there wasn't a lot of film incentive. So you couldn't get 50% from a government. You would have to basically find some distributor in Germany or France or somewhere that really loved the movie and said, yeah, I want to do that. And then Hemdale would take that pre-sale over to Franz Hoffman at Credit Lyonnais Bank Netherlands, and they would fund the whole movie because they had half of it pre-sold. That worked great until they ruined that. They basically said, you guys are so smart, we're not going to tie your hands anymore. You no longer have to get that pre-sale. Whatever you guys want to make, we'll finance. And they made 90 movies in a row that lost money. And you don't want to do that. You do not want to make movies because you emotionally like them. You want to make movies that people want to see. And the best way to find out movies that people want to see is to get a distributor to put money where their mouth is, to get a distributor to say, I think there's a market for this. I think people want to see this. I'm willing to commit X number of dollars. And then now it's so much easier to go to private equity and say, we're not just making this as a labor of love because we like to see dogs tap dancing, whatever the goofy idea might be. You now have some credibility. I just want to also, as an illustration, take a moment to tell you that we got involved in a movie, and I actually had the comic book here. Oh, is it showing up backwards? I don't know. Anyway,
No,
so
no.
Unholy. Okay, so about a year ago, I got a call from a production company in Northern California, and they said, we know you're starting to do some acting now, and we've seen some of your work. Would you be interested in playing the Exorcist in this micro-budget horror film? I said, no, I'm not interested. I'm really busy. And they said, no, just take a look at the part. So I looked at the part. And I thought, wait a minute. It's the Exorcist in the Exorcism movie, and why not? What do I stand to lose? It seems like a competently made script. And I went and I said to them after we were filming, I said, what are you guys doing for distribution? They didn't have any distribution. And I said, well, look, this is what I do. And we ended up licensing the distribution rights, and we paid them a very large advance. And we collectively said, if the movie hits a certain plateau, let's make a sequel. And now Hanover House is fully funding their sequel. They don't have to, get a pre-sale. They don't have to get Uncle Charlie's credit card. We're fully financing that movie. Why? Because we know what we're going to sell. We've already sold it. Placed it with all the streaming services. It's out in theaters. We've sold it to multiple foreign countries. And so why wouldn't we make a sequel? It makes a lot of sense. Any smart distributor is like that. And if you can get them to put a little bit of money on the table, then you know that they are motivated to get that money back. That they have skin in the game. They're motivated to make the movie work, because if they don't, they lose. And again, people work hard for their money, and people don't want to lose money. So, but I was going to say, this is something different. This is a comic book that tells the plot of the movie. It's a 16-page comic book that ends without telling you the ending of the movie. It's a cliffhanger. And we made 50,000 copies of these and put them in the movie theater lobbies that people could grab a month before the film opened. And it really worked, because the comic books only cost us about 10 cents to print. And people were taking those comic books home. And then when the movie finally opened in theaters, like, oh, I've been reading this. I want to see how it ends, So that's just part of marketing. This is what a distributor does. It comes up with interesting marketing angles to try to elevate your picture above others. And that happened to be a micro budget picture with no stars. So we had to do something like that. So.
Absolutely. Listen, Eric, this has been so interesting. Unfortunately, we're coming to an end. So this is all that we've got time for today, as we're coming up to the full hour. But there is so much more interesting information over here that we've gotten out of this talk. How can filmmakers reach out to you or Hanover Films? Are you currently accepting films for distribution? And who would you like to hear from?
I'm super accessible. If you send me an email, I'll respond pretty quickly, unless I'm on a movie set or something. But if it's something that we can do something with, we'll tell you right away. And if it's something that's not right for us, we will also tell you right away, because I know a lot of people can just get killed with a prolonged maybe. You need to know, whether a guy's going to work with you or not. So, I am my email is Interlink Media, and that's 3 words, like inter, like entertainment, link, like connecting, and media, interlinkmedia@gmail.com. I also have a website, hanoverhouse.com. There's 2 N's in Hanover, like the German city, hanoverhouse.com. So you can reach me at eric@hanoverhouse.com or interlinkmedia@gmail.com. And we'll look at your project. We'll say whether we can do something with it or not. And if we can't, most of the time I'll say, why don't you try so-and-so or so-and-so? I know that they're looking for that, so we want filmmakers to be successful. We're filmmakers ourselves. And it's, we're not trying to create a closed door. We're trying to create an opportunity for fresh talent to succeed. So
Great.
I'm going to get a shot of you on the board.
Great. Well, once again, Eric, thank you so much. It has been a really, really interesting talk. And yeah, you provided, I think, a lot of interesting insights for everyone. So once again, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Hey, I appreciate it. And you can ask me back anytime.
Great. Thank you. And for everyone else, we are going to take a quick 4-minute break just before starting with the next talk, where we'll be discussing how to find and close private investors with Jeff Deverett. So if you guys want to grab a cup of coffee or water, and we will be back in a few minutes' time. So we'll see you here in a couple of minutes. Hi all, welcome back. Once again, I hope you had a nice quick break and that you're ready for the final talk of today. So as I mentioned, this final talk, we're going to be talking a little bit more about finding private investors, speaking to private investors, and how that all works. And with that, I'd love to introduce to the stage Jeff Deverett. Welcome, Jeff. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for joining us.
How are you? Is my microphone working, or are you just hearing me? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. Yeah, it was a little bit weird for the first 2 seconds, but I think we're good now.
Okay, I'm not sure. I put
So
on an external mic today, but as long as you can hear me, that's fine.
I can indeed. Thank you once again for joining us. And why don't you start off by just telling us a little bit more about yourself, your past experience, and also what you're currently doing?
Okay, well, thank you for having me on this podcast or on this at this seminar. So my name's Jeff Deverett. I'm from San Diego, California. I have been in the film business for my entire career. I'm a lawyer by trade, but I do three things. I teach. I teach film production, distribution, marketing. I teach the business side of filmmaking, basically, at San Diego State University and at UCLA in Los Angeles. I make movies, so I've made 9 feature films so far and a bunch of micro budget features. And I also do a lot of consulting. So for only for indie filmmakers who are interested in primarily finance and distribution, mostly the business side of the film business. So I do private consulting for a lot of filmmakers worldwide. That's who I am.
Great. Well, thank you for that introduction. And as you know, today we really want to talk a little bit about finding private investors, how to approach them. But before we dive into that process, I want to understand, because you speak to a lot of indie filmmakers, you teach filmmakers, you teach students filmmaking as well. So in those early days for indie filmmakers, when they're looking to fund their first project and find their first private investors, are there any big mindset shifts that they need to have more on the internal side before they even start with various different external processes? Is there that mindset shift that comes to mind?
Mhm. Okay, well, ZB, first of all, I want to start by saying you gave me the hardest subject. You know that because as filmmaking is tough, distribution is really tough, marketing is super tough, financing is super tough, but getting private investors to fund your movie, that is by far the most difficult component of this whole process, by far. So you want to ask me about mindsets. The number one mindset when you're trying to raise money, especially from private investors, is that you have to approach it as a business because private investors are looking for a return on investment. And when you're talking to people who, especially if they're, say, non-film people, non-artistic people, which generally they are, they're going to be real estate people, investment bankers, stock people, maybe doctors, lawyers, professionals. These are people who don't necessarily talk artistic talk. So you're going to need to talk business talk, financial talk. So the biggest mindset shift is that even though you're an artist, you're a filmmaker who really focuses on the art of creating, nice films, they're not, that's not their focus. Their focus as an investor is getting their money back and making a profit, i.e. a return on investment. So the mind shift means you're going to have to start thinking and talking like a financial business person, not necessarily an artist. And that's a big mind shift difference for a lot of filmmakers. It's like a whole new world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to start off with the first question, which I think a lot of people are actually wondering as they set on their journey of finding that first private investors, which is, who are they? And more specifically, why do they invest in films? Because filmmaking is an extremely risky investment. And if they think about it purely from an investment point of view, a lot of them might possibly go for a different investment opportunity. So are there alternative kind of ulterior motives to funding films? And is there a way in which you categorize different types of private investors who are interested in investing in films?
Okay, well, I mean, let me just sort of debunk the categories. All right. So the first sort of category of private investors is going to be what I call the friendly investors. And the friendly investors are generally going to be family and friends. So, and they're sort of what I call the friendly soft investors because they don't put as much pressure on you. It's not really about making the money back. Hopefully, they would like to make their money back and they would like to make a profit. But if they don't, it's not the end of the world as long as they can afford to lose it. So it's those investors, even though you call them investors, are more or less donors, because they're, a lot of your family and friends are going to invest in your movie because they love you and want to support your artistic endeavors and your dreams. So they're going to come in. Now, you're going to call them an investor as opposed to a donor. The difference, a donor gives you money and has no expectations of getting it back, whereas an investor does have an expectation of getting it back. So a friendly donor is one that would like to get their money back, but if they don't get it back, it's not going to be the end of the world for them. They're not going to sue you. They're not going to come after you. They're not going to be terribly upset because they know they supported you. Those are the friendly donors. All right. So that's more or less level one. Level two is real investors, people who are looking for a return on investment. Call that ROI, return on investment, meaning the reason they're going into the investment is because they think that they will not only make their money back, but they will make a nice, healthy return, a profit. So, and those investors generally aren't family and friends. They don't know you. They're third parties. They could be individuals, companies, funds, whatever. Those are usually for low budget indie films. Those are usually what we call angel investors. And these angel investors are what I refer to as high net worth individuals, meaning people who have a lot of money and can afford to take a chance in a high risk investment like a film, otherwise known as rich people. All right. So, but now these high net worth individuals, they can afford to invest, but they're investing because they believe that you're going to make a good film, you're going to distribute it well, and they're going to make their money back and they're going to make a nice profit. So these people are doing it for the reason because they want to make a profit, a return on investment. Now, the mindset of that, okay, so they have lots of alternatives, these people. All right. As ZB, as you just said, indie filmmaking is a very high risk investment because most films don't make their money back or make a profit. Very few do. There's reasons for that, which I can explain later if you want. But statistically, very few do. And a lot of investors know that. So they're more inclined to put their investment dollars into, say, safer investments like real estate, stocks and bonds, just other, even some high tech stuff that have better sort of historical averages of generating return. So why would somebody invest in a film? Two reasons. Number one, you pitch them in such a way and you actually set up your investment to make it financially viable for them, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But you had somebody else, I think, do how to set up an investor pitch deck. And so I'd like to talk about it too, because an investor, you need to pitch your project in a way that the investor is going to be enticed by it financially. This is not just what movie I'm making, what story I'm telling. It's what the financial return is going to be and how they're going to get it. And if it makes logical sense, then you will entice them. So the most enticing component of any investment, not just a film investment, is what is the prospect of me making a profit, a return on investment? And does it seem logical? Is there a good plan? Is there a good team to execute this good plan? So that's number one. All right. Now, assuming all else being equal, that your indie film plan is equal to, say, the next guy's real estate plan. Like you're showing, a 50% return on investment. The other guy beside you showing a 50% return on investment. He's building an apartment building that has rental units. You're making a movie that is going to have, distribution potential. So let's say those are equal. And, we have to talk about how to make them equal. The film business has one other element that people like. It's what I call the sex appeal. So film is a sexy business. All right. Real estate's sort of a boring business. I mean, it shouldn't be. I mean, I love buildings. I mean, actually, I was just in London, and London's unbelievable. For if you haven't been there in a while, you walk around, you look up at every building is different. You go, wow, this is crazy. Look at that. It's unbelievable. A feat of architecture. So I love that kind of stuff. But a lot of people do that for movies. They love movies. So the idea of being involved in a movie investment is very sexy to a lot of potential investors, because then they could brag and say to their friends, hey, I'm a movie producer. And you give them stuff. You give them things that in your investors that that real estate people can't give to their investors, or stock people can't give to their investors. Like, for instance, maybe you give them an executive producer credit, you give them an I in the movie, and also on IMDb. Maybe you give them a cameo role in the movie, or somebody in their family, or a background role. You invite them to set to be, part of the making of the movie, or see what's going on, have lunch with the director or the stars, or that type of thing. You invite them to a premiere screening where they get to walk the red carpet, have their friends and family around them, and get accolades for being part of the making of a movie. So people love the idea of being part of the movie business, and getting sort of that producer experience, or that executive producer experience. That is one of the sexy parts of a film investment, which is very enticing to a lot of people who, otherwise might invest in other things. Again, all else being equal. But most of what we should talk about is the all else being equal, because all else has to be equal. Otherwise, logical, rational investors are going to go with other investments if you can't explain why yours is equal to theirs or better.
So let's dive in straight into that, because we spoke a little bit about certain aspects such as tax credits, soft funding, and so on. But it'd be great if you could just start off from the beginning over here. What are the elements that a film package needs to have to make it investable and to make it equal to, say, investing in property?
Okay, well, I didn't attend the entire seminar, but was there somebody else who presented on what an investor pitch package should look like?
Yeah, we had that, but from a sort of distribution side. But it would be great if you can add on to that. We didn't go through the specific sections.
All right, so I might agree with what somebody else said. I might not. Because I didn't hear. So I'm going to just tell you what I believe. All right, so a proper, enticing investor pitch deck for a low budget indie film. Now, let me just set the stage for that. When I say low budget indie film, I'm talking about films that are going to be made for $1 million or less. All right. Once you start getting into $1.5 million, 2.5, 5, it's a different type of narrative and a different type of investment scenario. So the $1 million or less scenario, the setup's going to be a little bit different, and the pitch is going to be a little bit different, and the type of investor is going to be a little bit different, because you're going to be asking for less money than if you're asking for $5 million. So I'm specifically talking about $1 million or less. Now, a lot of filmmakers who are probably listening are going to make films for $200,000 or less. It's going to be what I call micro budget films. So anything from, if you're talking anything less than 50,000, then you're not really getting investors. That's going to be donors. But anything above that, where you intend to give a return to your investors, up to, say, $1 million, what I'm about to say, I think, pertains really well. All right. So you're going to go to these high net worth individuals, otherwise known as, angel investors or rich people. And this is what they need to hear. All right. Now, this is my experience. And I have done this 9 times for 9 indie feature films, all in the budget range of between $500 and $1 million. Those are the films that I make. So here's what a typical investment deck is going to look like. It's going to have about 15 or 16 slides. The first slide is, "Hi, how are you? My name's Jeff Deverett. I'm a filmmaker, and I make films. Here's the next film that I'm making." All right, next slide. "The title of the film is so-and-so. Here's the log line." And when I say log line, I mean one sentence, folks. A log line is one sentence. And by the way, if you can't say what your film is in one sentence, then you don't even know what your film is. Trust me, if you spend enough time, you'll figure out how to say what your film is in one sentence. Now, why one sentence? It's because you have to assume, even though this isn't necessarily true, you have to assume that these high net worth individuals are all ADHD. All right. They have attention deficit disorder, ADD. They're going to, even though these are very successful people, have a lot of money, just assume this. Okay. It's probably not true in most cases, but assume that you have to speak very quickly, very succinctly, could not go into a lot of details, because they're going to lose attention. They're going to stop paying attention to you. All right. So when you describe what your movie is, you say, here's the title, here's one sentence log line about what it's about. And then on your deck, below that, you'll have a 3-sentence synopsis. But you don't need to read the synopsis, because the 1-sentence log line should do it, and put a photo on. Put a sort of a graphic, your key art. You should have key art, all right? So a poster. So between the log line and the poster and the title, they should know what your story is about. That's it. Now, the next slide is going to be about the making of the movie. Here's how much it's going to cost to make it. Let's say it's $750,000 to make it. We want to start developing, we want to shoot it, in June of 2025. Therefore, we're going to need the money 3 months before, because we're going to do post-production. So you give a little bit of a timeline, very, very simple timeline, when you need the money, when you're going to shoot it, when it's going to be finished, when you're going to release it. That's the next slide. All right. The next slide after that is going to be who's doing it, who's the team. So it's, hi, our director is so-and-so. Maybe your producer, maybe it matters. You're probably not going to have any A-list talent, so you're not going to put a star in. So that's what I call the credibility slide. And this could be the single most important slide, because here's the secret. Here's what people don't understand. When you're asking somebody to invest in a low budget indie film, they are not actually investing in your movie. They are investing in you, the filmmaker. People, high net worth individuals, bet on the jockey, not the horse. All right. They're making the bet on you, the filmmaker. They're doing it for a couple reasons. Number one, they think that you're talented and you're actually going to make a good film. So hopefully you are. Hopefully you're a good filmmaker and you're going to make a good film. But number two, they're going to like the plan that you're about to present them about, after, when you make the good film, how you're going to get it distributed, how you're going to get the money back to them. So you're asking them to trust you. Investing is all about trust. No matter how good an investment sounds, if a rich person does not trust you, they're not going to give you the money. And if they do trust you, then no matter how bad the film sounds, they're still going to give you the money. Because guess what? Look at, the next thing we're going to talk about is sort of the film. So look at, I just said, and a lot of you are thinking, wait a second, he said one slide that has the title of the film, the log line, and the poster. And then we get to when it's going to get made and who's making it. I didn't go into details. I didn't go into the plot points. I didn't go into the mood board. I didn't go into the characterization. I didn't go into that. Why? Because investors don't care. They actually don't care. And if and when you get somebody who actually does care, they will ask you more questions about that. Maybe they'll be curious. Hey, what's the plot points, or by the way, I've named 9 feature films. Guess how many investors have ever asked me to read a script? ZB, guess how many investors have asked me to read a script?
I'm guessing it'd be a big fat zero.
Zero. No investor is going to ever read a script. They don't have the attention span to read the script, and it's not going to matter. And by the way, if an investor does ask you to read the script, it's because they want to use it as an excuse to tell you no, they don't want to invest. They're going to say, oh, well, it sounds good, but I don't like the story. So they're not going to read a script. A real estate person, an investment banker, they don't know how to read a script. A script has no description. It's all dialogue. You have to be an artist. You have to be a script writer, somebody to understand how to read a script. So let's get back to the deck. So now we say the credibility slide, which is, here's the team I put together, and don't show more than 3 people on that slide. All right. Even show 1. Maybe it's just you. You're the filmmaker. You're the sort of the business person behind it. But you do want to show on that slide that there is a creative element, meaning that somebody on your team knows how to artistically make a good movie. And there's a business element. Somebody on your team knows how to manage the money, put it together, get distribution properly, and manage the return on investment. So you want to show those 2 things. All right. Slide number 4 or number 3, you could put this out of order, is other comparable films. Now you're going to start saying, okay, this is our team. Now here's the other films of this nature that have done well, to give them sort of a framework. Now, unfortunately, you're going to have to use bigger films than yours, because they don't watch indie films, these people. They only watch big budget films. So for instance, if you're making a horror film, they're going to know the Blair Witch Project. and they're going to know, some people are going to know that the Blair Witch Project was made for $50,000 and made 100 million, and everybody's going to compare it to that. So you could say we would like to do that. So this is the idea, or Paranormal Behavior, or Parasite, or some of these films that are bigger films. And the reason you have to use these films is because they don't know the other indie small films. They've never heard of them. So you have to compare sort of what the idea is to set the stage of what they're thinking, okay, if we get lucky and we make this kind of film, then we can do what these guys have done. It's just like, you see that building over there? We're going to build a building that looks like that. It's going to be like that big, 50 stories, and we're going to fill it with these kind of tenants. And then you can look at it and visualize it. That's what comparable films are all about. Okay, then the next slide. Now you're going to get into the details of distribution. All right, we've only done 4 slides so far about the movie and about the filmmaker. Now we're going to talk about distribution. All right, so now you're going to say, when we make this great film, here's who we're going to sell it to. Here's the audience that we're going out to. And you're going to explain how you're going to get there. So distribution is basically the process of accessing audiences. So you're going to say, we're going to go through, these 3 streaming platforms. Here's how we're going to get to these streaming platforms, whether it be a distributor, an aggregator, or self-distribution. There's lots of strategies on distribution. So you're going to have probably 2, maximum 3 slides, but it all takes is 2 to say, here's how we're getting it out to the people. Then the next 4 slides are going to be marketing. It's, here's who our target market is once we make this film accessible. So we're going to put it, say, on Tubi, let's say, all right, as a streaming platform, and Amazon. Now, there's 60,000 movies on Tubi. So how is ours going to be more popular, or how is ours going to be known out of those 60,000? 40,000 of which are big budget Hollywood films. So it's all about marketing. All right, now you're going to talk about a marketing campaign to them. And you're going to say, here's the social media marketing campaign we're going out with. Maybe we have some influencers. Here's maybe a direct marketing campaign. This is all about marketing. It's about getting the attention of the audience that you want to get to and driving them to your site. So now you've explained what movie you're making, how you're going to get audiences to have access to it, how you're going to let audiences know about it, create awareness with audiences. So then the next slide is going to be a revenue forecast. When these people, like, here's the universe of people that we're going after, say 20 million people, our marketing campaign hopefully will convert 10% of them. So 2 million people, and these people will each spend, $1 net for the movie. So here's the revenue that we're going to generate from this audience based on this marketing plan. It's a revenue forecast. It's tricky to do a revenue forecast, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Tricky to do all of this if you don't know what you're doing. But this is what, then all of a sudden the investor's thinking, okay, now I see it. Like, think of a real estate investor, okay? Somebody says, I'm going to build an apartment. I'm going to have 1,000 units. I'm going to charge everybody $1,000 a month rent. That's easy math. 1,000 times 1,000, $1 million a month in rent. And we're investing this much. People can think that way. This is the kind of people you're talking to. You got to get them thinking that way. That's what the revenue forecast does. It says, here's how we're going to get the people. Here's how we're going to convert them into paying customers. And here's the amount of money we're going to generate. Okay, so now we've set the stage how much money this thing's going to generate. Now we have to show less the cost. All right, now we have to show what, and so this is how much it's going to generate. And you take off the distribution cost, so it'll be net. This is how much we made it for, the budget. Here's what the profit's going to be. So now we know what the profit's going to be. Now we have to set the stage as to what the investment is going to be. All right. So now we say to the investors, okay, so here's what we need from you. So this thing we're going to make for $750,000. We're going to generate $1.5 million. So there's going to be $750,000 paying back the investors, $750,000 in profit, which is 100%. It's 200% return on investment. All right. 100% of the investment back plus another 100% in profit. All right. So how is that profit going to get divvied up? This is very important. This is what we call the investment scenario. All right. So, and how do you want to take the money from the investors? Do you want to take it as an equity investment where basically they invest in your company and or your movie and they own a piece of it? Or do you want it to be a debt investment where they basically lend you the money, you pay them back, and then give them a premium on their payment, like interest and or profit share? So this is very important. Now, I'm going to tell you that for most low budget indie films, like in the range I'm talking about, and this is why I said at the beginning, if it's above $1 million, you're probably going to look at an equity investment. If it's below $1 million, you're probably going to do a debt investment. It's cleaner, it's easier, it's faster, it's safer for the investors. And I could go into a lot of details why if you want to talk about that afterwards. But if that's the case, then you're going to basically say, here's what we're looking for. We're looking for, and I'll just make up some numbers, okay? We need $750,000, all right? So we need 25 people at $30,000 each, all right? That's 750. So a unit is $30,000. We need 25 of them, and we need it by this date. And if you set it up, say, as a debt investment, you say, okay, we're going to take your money, and here's how the water fall is going to work. The first money that comes back in on that revenue forecast of $1.5 million, the first 750,000 of it is going to go directly to you, the investors, to pay back your investment. Then thereafter, we're going to do a revenue split. So all of the profit that comes back in, and I'll make it simple. We'll give 50% of it to you guys after you're fully paid back your investment, and 50% to the producers. So 375 to you, 375 to us, clean investment. That's the investment scenario in the deck. All right. Then the next slide would be running that scenario, saying, okay, here's what it looks like. Here's the revenue flow. Here's what we call the waterfall. Here's how the money comes in. It comes back to you. Here's what you get as your profit. Your return on investment is 150% in that case scenario, 50% profit. All right. So now the next slide, and that's the sell basically. Okay. The next slide is going to be what I call the risks slide. You need to be very upfront, open, and honest with your investors and say, investing in low budget indie films is a super high risk investment. And here's why most films lose their money. But you're going to say why you're going to offset the cost of the risk. Now, if you're doing tax credits, let's say, that's going to offset. Tax credits, a lot of people treat them as financing. I treat them as revenue. The reason I treat them as revenues can come in a year or two after. So you're not getting them up front unless you're financing against them, which is super expensive on low budget indie films. So if you're getting, say, I don't know, of that 750, let's say you're getting 200,000 of it back from some tax credit type of scenario, then the first revenue that's coming back is that 200,000 is going to them directly. So it's really important to lay out that it's super high risk, but here's how you are mitigating the risk because you've got these certain deals in place. Now, you're not going to have a pre-sale. I mean, you could, but pre-sales are really hard to come by. But the next thing that's the most important thing, or not the most, but equally important on that risk side is then you're going to say, and this is what I suggest you say, okay? Let's say you have these 30 units that you're selling, or sorry, 25 units at 30,000 each, right? You need to say, when you're taking people's money, just look at me and listen to what I'm saying. You, the filmmaker, you need to be the first in. You need to be the first in and the last out. So you need to take the first unit. So you need to put down $30,000 of cash of your own money and take the first unit and say to your investors, I'm the first money in, which is the highest risk money, and I'm going to be the last money out. So for $30,000 short on paying everybody back, I'm not going to get paid back. You're going to be ahead of me. That is what we call having skin in the game, and it really creates a ton of credibility with investors because they know that you are taking financial risk. Now, I know what you're all thinking. You're thinking these high net worth individuals, these rich people, $30,000 is kind of nothing to them. I mean, they're worth $30 million. So $30,000 is like it's a nice weekend holiday for them. It's nothing. But for me, a starving indie filmmaker who's only worth $50,000. I'm going to be putting up like more than half of my net worth against this movie. And that's the compelling thing to a rich person. They're thinking, wow, this person really can't afford this. They can't afford to put this kind of money in. Like, relative to their net worth, they're putting up like a gigantic component of their net worth against this movie. They're taking way more financial risk relative to their net worth than I am. You know what that says to an investor? It says that you really, really believe in your project and you're willing to put, excuse my French, your ass on the line for it. You're willing to take a lot of risk. Now, hopefully you don't take too much risk because you don't want them to think you're stupid, that you're a kamikaze and you're going to blow your life. But you need to show that showing people when you put your own money in and it's a pretty substantial percentage of your net worth, that shows people that you really, really believe in your project and that you're really going to pay attention to it. All right. That's the pay attention money. All right. They say, look at this guy. We don't know him and he's going to take our money and hopefully he's going to pay attention, but he's putting our money ahead of his money. So he doesn't get paid back until we do. And he can't afford to lose that money. He's going to pay attention. This is how people think. This is how investors think. I'm telling you, I've been in front of hundreds of them and I am an investor. Okay. I know exactly how the mentality works. All right. So that's the risk slide. Okay. Then we're going to go into two more slides, the fun stuff, the sexy stuff that I talked about before. There's going to be a slide in the deck and it's going to say, hey, if you're thinking of doing another investment, real estate or stocks and bonds or something like that, this is way better. First of all, we're going to show you, I just showed you a 50% return on investment. And by the way, over a certain period of time, say 4 years. Plus, you're going to get all this fun stuff. You're going to get an IMDb credit. You're going to get executive producer credit in the movie. You're going to get this. You're going to get premiere screening. You're going to get tickets to festivals. You're going to get a crew jacket. You're going to have dinner on set with the director. You're going to get a background cameo. You're going to make this fun. You're going to be part of the movie business and you're going to have fun. And you're going to tell your kids and your family and friends, and they're going to all think you're cool. Telling it's real. This is real. And then the last slide is thank you very much. Please, thank you for taking the time to consider my investment. Here's my contact info. You make sure you put your email and your phone number on there because you're going to leave the deck with them. That's an investor pitch deck. That's it. Now, I spent 3 slides telling you about the movie and 12 slides or 14 slides, whatever it was, telling you about the distribution, marketing, and investment scenario. That is remember I said at the beginning, ZB, you asked me, how the mindset, we're talking business. This is a business proposition. All right. You happen to be making a film, but you're not selling them on the film. You're selling them on the financial investment.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, first of all, of putting saying this so clearly, step by step. I find that I ask this question to a lot of people who speak on our various events, and no one has been able to put it so well and so clearly as you. So thank you for that. Now, the next question that's on everyone's mind.
Let me just tell you something. Even though I said this is not easy to do. Like I said, and then you got to do a revenue forecast. Wait till you go to do a revenue forecast. It's going to make your head spin round 3 times. And there's a lot involved in all the things we talked about. How to set up the right scenario, debt or equity. So, easier said than done. But that's how
absolutely. You do it. I think that this needs to be put into a lot more detail when you actually do it. But I think the question in everyone's mind right now is you have this pitch deck, once everyone figures out how to put that together. And then they're thinking, well, who do I show it to? So you mentioned there's the friendly investors, the family, the friends, the people that you know. But outside of that, for someone who has never approached a private investor, how can they begin to build that pool of private investors from perhaps people that they don't know?
Okay, so this is the big question and the most difficult component of any sort of small business financial scenario, not just filmmaking. Like if you want to go into business and you need to get money from investors, this is the tough part. All right, so obviously it's really helpful if you already have access to a network of rich people. All right, so maybe you have it yourself. Maybe you're fortunate you come from, sort of a community of people who have money. You've never asked them for money before, but now you're going to put together a deck, and you're going to ask them in the proper way, in a very professional way, in a courteous professional way. Remember, you always have to be courteous and professional, because remember what I said, they're investing in you. So they need to like you and trust you. All right. So if you have access to some rich people, then that's good. You have a head start. All right. Now, if you don't have access to rich people, which a lot of people don't, because they weren't born into those circles, whatever, you're going to have to find a way in. All right. So there's a couple ways in. All right. The best way in is find somebody in your circle. And I know they're not rich people, but your circle might know somebody who has access to a rich circle. All right. So the first thing is networking within your sort of little circle of people who, you trust or, and say, okay, none of us have any money, but does anybody know somebody who does, who is friendly enough to give me the opportunity to at least meet with them, pitch them, very short pitch, 20 minutes, very professional, whatever. Would they do me the favor of letting me pitch them? So you gotta, this is networking, right? So you ask the people who if they know somebody at that financial level. So that would be the next level. The toughest level is now you go and you canvass all your friends and family, and nobody knows anybody who is at that level. So now you got to think, okay, how do I get in the door for those kind of people? Now, this happens all the time. And this is why I said you gave me the toughest topic, because this is super tough. All right. This is really, really tough. So what I'm about to tell you, some are you going to laugh at, and some are you going to say, hey, that's called life. That's called business. All right. If you have absolutely no access, no friends, no networking, no connection that can get you in the door into some of those places, like you don't even have a doctor who you go to who you'd feel comfortable pitching, who maybe has some money and some friends who have some money. All right. Then you're going to have to do like what I call start at the ground level stuff. All right. And this, I tell my students this all the time, and some of them laugh and some of them take it seriously. I say, look, if you have this true desire to get a film financed, all right, so first of all, you're going to have to know how to do it properly. You're going to have to be a good filmmaker, but now you got to get into those circles. Where do rich people congregate? All right, I'll give you an example. You have to go where they are. Now, you can't stand outside a fancy restaurant and as they're coming out to their cars, follow them to their cars and say, hey, you're driving a nice car. You just came from a fancy restaurant. You must have money. Can I pitch you on my film? You'd get arrested for that. All right. You can't do that. People aren't comfortable with that. How about a country club? Like you can't stand outside a country club where, people are paying, very expensive memberships and they generally have money. People who are members of country clubs generally have money. That's how they can afford to be in a country club. So you can't accost them as they're leaving. You can see them going in, you can see them going out, but you can't really approach them. You're not going to follow them, home. But what you could do is you could go and try to get a job at that country club. All right, so let's think you're at a, fancy golf country club. You're not a golfer, you're not a waiter, you're not something. You're going to have to become something. All right. You need to get into those circles. So let's say you're a young aspiring filmmaker. You just graduated from film circle. You have this vision to make a movie, but you have no money. Then I say get a job at a country club and you work there for a year or two. This is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take you a couple of years. You be really, really nice to a lot of people. Like let's say you're a bag boy at a golf club where you're taking the bags out of the club room and putting them on the carts and and cleaning the clubs when the members finish. You get direct access to these members. You talk to them for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, whenever they're finished their round. You clean their clubs. Hi, Mr. Smith, how was your round? How'd it go? A year into that, or 6 months, or whatever it takes, depending on how nice you are, somebody's going to say to you, what do you do for a living? Or I mean, they're assuming you work in the country club, but who are you? Like, did you go to school? Blah, blah, blah. People get to know you. Even though they're rich, they're friendly, they're nice. And especially if you're courteous to them and nice to them, at some point, there's going to be a time when you could say, hey, I know it's not really my place or anything like that, but, I'm not a bag boy for a living. I want to make a film. I'm a filmmaker and I have this great project. And how would you feel about me maybe pitching it to you and just getting your feedback? Because at some point I need to pitch it to people with money. And would you feel comfortable me pitching it to you and giving me your feedback, or perhaps maybe taking interest? That's what it's going to take. Now people say, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm a filmmaker. I'm not cleaning people's golf clubs. I'm not, going to spend a year of my life working as a bag boy. And I say, guess what? If you weren't lucky enough to be born into those circles, you got to invest time to get into those circles. So maybe my example at a country club's not a good one. So go work in a fancy restaurant. All right. Now, the restaurant isn't as good because you're not going to see the same people over and over. Excuse me, the golf club is way better because you're going to see consistently week after week the exact same people, and you can start to develop a relationship. All right.
Yeah, I was going to say that one of the really important things in this example that you used is to see the same people again and again. So if you're working somewhere where it's a new person every single day, you probably won't have the ability to build up those relationships. I actually had a friend, this was now probably 10 years ago, where he worked at an Odeon cinema here in London, and he worked at the Leicester Square one. And because he was working there, he was working there during all the premieres of all the films, and was therefore getting to meet all the producers, the executive producers, and actually have really short conversations with them, and eventually started to build a relationship with them. So it's definitely something that you can do. And I think perhaps for the filmmakers here who are going, I don't want to do something that's completely separate to film, perhaps there's something that you can get a job in where there are high net worth individuals that's more closely related to the film industry as well, that they could be more interested in. But yeah, it's definitely great advice.
I love your idea, but give me an example of that. Honestly, give me one example. This is, you are not the first person to ask me this question. You're probably the 500th person. How do I start networking with high net worth individuals? And I'm telling you, I have thought of a canvas, gone through all the different scenarios. You got to go where the money is. And sometimes, like, that's called life. Okay. Some people are born into it and have a better opportunity. They just have a head start. Some aren't. If you're not lucky enough to, say, be born into those circles, then you have to get into them, and you have to invest some time and energy and to do what you weren't lucky enough to be born into. It's the way it is. Now, but by the way, once you get in there and you do a good job and you get a good name, you have that forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it really definitely sounds like, these private investors, the way to get to them is really not by pitching your film, but in a way by showing and pitching yourself at the start, and that it really has to start off with you.
It's all about that. It's 100% about that. If they like you, they have no clue whether you're a good filmmaker or not. They're not going to know that until after your film is made. They're not going to know if you're a good person. But they're going to know if they like you or not. They're going to know if you're courteous, if you're professional, if you treated them well, if they like you. There's chemistry. It's all about that. It's 100% about that.
Interesting. Do you have any stories that you can share about filmmakers, perhaps, that you've consulted on their project, or that you know of them who have gone through a route like this to try and find their first private investors, and perhaps what route they took and how that worked?
So not many people will do what I just suggested. Will take the time to go work in, a country club environment or a place where rich people congregate. Nobody wants to do that because of what you said. They're a filmmaker. They don't want to invest the time. That's not what they signed up for. That's not who they are. And I say, it's like any other business. You can't just snap your fingers and say, hey, this is going to magically appear. That's the way it is. Sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do. All right. And I could think of way worse things than doing that, than, say, working in a beautiful country club, like valet parking people's $500,000 sports cars and getting to know them and cleaning them up. Like, I could think of worse things than that. All right. But now, is that what you want to do? Is that what you signed up for? No. Is that what you went to school for? No. No, but sometimes you just got to get a start. Okay, so you say, do I know any people? I don't know many people. I know people who are in the process of doing that right now. All right, who are in the process, who finally, they're mostly my students. Okay, they're younger people. And I say, go do this. Honestly, if you don't have access to these kind of people, by the way, everybody has access. If you think about it, if you spread your wings far enough, there's somewhere, somehow, some way. But sometimes it's harder to actually get those friend of a friend of a friend who will give you attention. Whereas if you go this route and you invest a year making a name for yourself, then you have direct access to somebody to be able to pitch. So I actually think it's quicker and easier to do that. Because by the way, you're going to spend a year pulling your hair out anyways, trying to get into doors, people canceling meetings on you, saying, oh yeah, it's a great idea, and then not giving you the time of day. So a year's not that big a deal. I say a year, it could take 2 months, 3 months. I mean, if you're personable and you're honest and sincere and professional, it could happen very quickly. Or it may take 2 years, or it may never happen. There's no guarantees. All right. So I have some students now who are in the process of doing this. I think the results are going to be fantastic. All right. I know lots and lots of filmmakers who say, I'm not going to do that. And it's a good idea in theory, but it makes no sense. And then I say, okay, fine. Then you're going to need to figure out how to get into circles otherwise. And, a lot of people, a lot of my clients say to me, you have a circle of investors. Why don't you give me your investors? And I say, no, I will tell you how to pitch to investors. I will tell you how to write the proper pitch deck, but my investors are for my films. You need to get your own investors. Everybody needs their own investors. All right. So my investors, if I'm going to tap into them, it's because I want them to fund one of my films. All right. So fair is fair. So I say, spend the time. And by the way, I didn't snap my fingers and get investors right away. It took me years. Okay, I didn't have to go work in a country club because, I happened to graduate from law school. So I had circles of friends who were in law, and I could, work in the legal departments of places, meet senior lawyers who had a lot more money than I did. So that's how it happened for me, through kind of those circles. All right. So it can happen. You go into a certain type of educational environment, like engineering or medicine or something like that. Even though you've got no money because you're first starting, the people you're working with above you are doing really well. And those are the kind of people. So you can network that way also. But are you going to spend, 5 years of your career becoming an engineer, going into an engineering firm, when you really want to be a filmmaker so that you can network with them? It's quicker to do 1 year of your career at a country club where the senior partners play golf. That's what I would say. All right. So is it working well? That kind of stuff is really hard to do, and a lot of people don't want to do it. So I don't have a lot of examples of that, but I have tons and tons of examples of people who don't want to do it, who have never gotten their films financed.
Okay.
Who are still waiting, the hope and the dream. I'll run into somebody at a bar, I'll see this, it'll happen organically, magically, and I don't think it happens organically, magically.
And now, once someone's gotten to either that circle, they somehow manage to find their way in, and they're trying to create that first meeting with that private investor. I mean, what are the things that the private investor wants to initially hear in most situations? Are you pitching it as an investment, or as a sort of creative opportunity, or what is it that an investor first wants to hear in that initial meeting?
You're pitching it as an investment. All right. You have to have your act together. You have to be, they have to take you seriously. You have to be professional. All right. And they have to like you. This is an investment. And by the way, you only get one shot. All right. Because you know how that adage goes, first impression is the most important. It is. Your first pitch is going to make a big difference. They're not getting a second chance. Now, you could say to somebody, hey, can I practice on you? You're a nice guy. I'm just learning. Can I pitch you a couple times, and can you give me critique? And you're not really asking them to invest. You sort of are. You're hoping that they're going to like your pitch and invest. But your positioning is, can you just give me feedback? By the way, I teach a course on this at San Diego State. As a matter of fact, as we're talking, in 2 weeks from now, my senior students in that course are going to be pitching a group of investors that I'm bringing in, that they're going to pitch to. These are real investors. Now, I've said to the investors, if you like what you hear, this is kind of like Shark Tank. Okay, I kind of teach a course like Shark Tank in the film business at San Diego State. where my students get to build a pitch deck and then pitch it to real investors. All right. Now, they're doing it for practice. All right. They're doing it to get feedback, to get from I'm going to real estate people, a doctor, a lawyer. That's who I'm putting on these panels. Okay. All wealthy individuals, and they're kind of judges, but they're going to give real feedback. They're going to say, hey, if I was looking for investment, I kind of like what you said here. I didn't like this, or I didn't understand this. All right. So that's one way to start. You could just say to somebody, can you give me feedback? Once they give you feedback, by the way, once you hit it with one or two, that's all you need, even one. All right. Because guess what the thing about rich people is, especially rich people at country clubs? They golf with other rich people. Okay. So when one person comes in, they say, hey, can I tell my friends? Or you say, do you have any friends? If you like it, can you put me in front of some of your friends? And they put you in front of one or two others. And then those one or two others put you in one or two others. And by the time you're done, you have 10 or 15, and you got your whole thing financed, and you have a really good group of investors if you deliver on what you say you're going to deliver on, and you're honest with them. So that's how it builds.
Okay, interesting.
It's
And
not
I'm
easy.
also no, and I'm on that point. I'm wondering what are the most common objections when it comes to those initial pitches, and how can filmmakers handle those objections?
Well, the most important component of all business, but by the way, all relationships, and business is relationships, is honesty. All right. So just tell people honestly. You say, I've never made a film. It's my first film, but here's why I'm going to make a good film. All right. My heart's in it, my passion, but I also have skills. All right. I've done this, this, and this. I've done these short films. I've surrounded myself with people who are credible. All right. Here's why I'm going to be able to sell the film. Here's my plan. I've done a lot of research. Even though I've never done it before, I'm surrounding myself with people who have done it. I built a good team. I have a really good team. So, but the truth is, it's still high risk. It's not a guaranteed home run, but we're going to give it our best shot. And that's why I'm putting your money before mine. And I'm hoping to, if they see that you're going to try your best and you have the skills to actually do what you say you're going to do, and they like you. Remember, it's at the end of the day, I said it's about trust. They trust and like you, and the chemistry is good, and they want to help you. They'll take a shot. They'll take a shot because you're not asking them, as I said before, if you're asking them for a very tiny, tiny fraction of their net worth, it's not going to change their lifestyle at all. And by the way, never, ever, ever take money from anybody who it's going to change their lifestyle. It's too much pressure. If you lose that money, like especially your family and friends, especially your family, like your parents, do not take money from them if it's going to sort of put their retirement in jeopardy. You don't want to have that pressure, and it's very hard to lose other people's money. It's harder actually to lose other people's money than your own money.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm conscious of time right now because we only have a few minutes left, but I'm just wondering whether there is any last pieces of advice that you can give to filmmakers who are currently in the process of trying to fund their first feature film that we haven't mentioned yet, that you think is kind of the crucial advice that they need to hear at this stage.
Okay, so most of the people I talk to, the filmmakers, my clients, number one, their pitch decks are completely wrong. Their pitch decks are all about the art of the film. It's all about the mood board, the look, the plot points, the feel. Honestly, investors, they don't want to see that. Okay, if they want to see it, they'll ask you about it later on. You have to build a proper pitch deck. You have to be able to pitch it in 15 minutes. Even though they give you a half an hour, pitch it in 15 minutes, or 20 at the most. Okay. That's all it should take. I mean, I spoke a lot because I went into details, but I can pitch an entire film in probably 5 to 10 minutes. All right. And people will stop and give time for Q&A. You have to do it properly and then you have to be honest and professional. All right. So people will read through you. This is a job. Pitching a film is a job interview. Think of it like that. Okay. They're not only are they judging what you're saying, they're mostly judging you, the person who's saying it. They're thinking, okay, is this person somebody I want to be in business with, somebody I want to take a chance with, somebody who I can trust, somebody who's going to do their best? That's what they're gauging. You're saying this, but they're reading who you are, how you're presenting. Do you really know your stuff well? All right. Do you look professional? Do you talk professionally? This is what it's all about. And this is why a lot of filmmakers fail at their pitches, is because they're great artists, but they're terrible at doing a business pitch. Not to mention, they say the wrong things in the pitch. They don't even know how to set up the listen. All my students say to me, they say, like, we don't know numbers. We don't know investment strategies. You're talking about deal terms and all this kind of stuff. And I say, I know, it's a shame, because that's if you want to get your films financed, that's what you're going to need to know. So I say, you don't know it. That's why you took this course. I'm going to teach it to you. Well, we don't want to do it. Well, if you don't want to do it, then you have no right to be a producer in the film business. All right. This is a business. You're asking people to give you money. You got to treat their money with respect and give it back to them. All right. So if you just want to go make a film, go get a job at a studio. But if you're going to take people's money, be respectful and take it properly and make sure you have a good plan to get it back to them. That's what I'm saying. That's what I say to filmmakers. Be a business person. This is the first thing we started with, and now we're ending with it. Unfortunately, you got to get out of your comfort zone of being a good filmmaker and be a good business person. And here's a good tip. If you don't think you can do that, or you don't like to do it, or you're not good at it, find somebody who is. Go build a team. Find somebody, from in the business world who loves film. You become a good team. You're going to be the good filmmaker. They're going to become the good business person. You collaborate, and you become a great team.
Absolutely. And I think the final thing for anyone who feels, I really don't want to do this business side, you can also be very, very creative within the business strategies, within the marketing strategies. I feel like this is where a lot of filmmakers, they're very creative when they make their films. But when it comes to things like the marketing strategies, they suddenly get like very, very uncreative, and they kind of just do the absolute bare minimum. But that's actually where a lot of creativity can be extremely useful as well.
Doug, I say to people, doing a good marketing plan is way more creative than making a good movie. People say, yeah, you're joking. You don't know. I say, of course I know. I've made way more movies than you have. I've also done way more marketing plans. A good marketing plan involves way more creativity. And by the way, ZB, you're good at that. You do a lot of, marketing in the film business. People should use you.
Yeah. And on that note, Jeff, first of all, thank you so much for coming on and for joining us. But how can people reach out to you? How can they hear from you? And who do you want to hear from?
Yeah. So any filmmaker, well, as I say, I do consulting. So I have two consulting websites. One is called Deverett Media. So you can go on to my Deverett Media, www.deverettmedia.com, or there's a bigger site called the Indie Film Community. So Indie, INDIE, filmcommunity.com. And on both of those sites, you can book a consulting call. It's not free. You get charged for it, but it's worth it. My rates are very fair. And so you can book a consulting fee there. Who do I want to hear from? I want to hear from anybody who needs help to customize their pitch decks, to customize, to talk about to talk about anything strategically that they need help with. But don't waste your money doing a private consultation with me until you've watched my videos. I have well over 100 videos talking about this kind of stuff, either on YouTube or on my websites or on Instagram. Just watch a bunch of those for free. Learn what I'm talking about. And then when you have specific questions, then book a time and say, okay, here's my film. You said this, and this in your videos. I want to ask you specifically how it applies to my film. Then that's worth it to you.
Jeff, thank you so much for not only coming on today, but also for everything that you do within the film industry, teaching all the filmmakers everything that they need to know and speaking the truth so honestly. I really appreciate it. I'm sure the audience does as well.
I forgot the most important thing. I can't remember. So next week, I have a brand new podcast series launching, and it's called Indie Filmmaking, Truth and Reality with Jeff Deverett. And it talks about all of this stuff, and it's a podcast. You should check that out. Indie Filmmaking, Truth and Reality. You can listen to wherever you get your podcasts. It's going to be available starting next week.
Absolutely. And I'm really looking forward to listening into that as well. But yeah, Jeff, once again, thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a real pleasure having you here.
Okay. Thank you for having me. Nice to chat with you. Take care.
Great. Okay, guys, fantastic. So this was the final session of today, but we are still going to have a Zoom networking session next, which I'm going to introduce in just one moment. And with that, once again, I want to thank you all for attending today. Thank you for staying for the last 4 hours. I really hope that you found this session useful, and I hope that you got some useful information out of it. I also want to use this as an opportunity to share a new program that we've developed to help filmmakers fund and distribute their films, especially if you are in that micro budget film phase where you're looking to make a film for less than $500,000 and when you're looking to distribute that film. Now, every single film and funding and distribution strategy should be unique. And this is why we've developed a program that will help with that will help you in a guided way. So if you feel like today you got a lot of useful information, but you still don't quite know step by step exactly what you need to do, this will help exactly with that. And we wanted to create a bundle that helps with both film funding and self-distribution, which personally I believe is going to be a lot more viable for filmmakers to make a profitable film than distribution with budgets under $500,000. So we've put together our extremely in-depth film funding course, which has over 13 hours of video tutorials specifically teaching you everything from pitch decks with examples to finding private investors to soft funding, literally everything that you need to know about film funding. And we've also put together a self-distribution course and mastermind program where you will not only have a course teaching you how to do something, but also monthly group coaching calls where you have a community of filmmakers surrounding you that will help you with distributing your film. So as I mentioned, you will get the film funding on demand course, the self-distribution on demand course. You will also get 12-month access to CineCircle Pro, which will give you free access to all of our events and courses which we run, and monthly group coaching sessions, which will not only give you advice from speakers and experts such as the ones that you've listened to today, but also from your fellow community of filmmakers who are also going to be on these group coaching calls. And you'll also have a private community of filmmakers who will all be there to support you and to answer any questions you might have. So if you are interested in this and would like to sign up for this specific program, we are currently offering you a 69% discount on what this would normally cost. So you can take a look at that by scanning the QR code or by adding copying this link, which I'll also add to the chat in 2 seconds. So I would ask you all to just take a look at that and see if this sounds like something that's right for you, that's right for your specific film, and if it's something that could help you potentially with getting your film funded and distributed. Now, as I mentioned, now at the very end, we will be running a Zoom networking session. So I'm also going to add a Zoom link over here right into the chat, which will help you, which will give you access to that networking session. So if you are interested and you're keen to speak to some of the people that you've been chatting to today, I would ask you to just click on the link, which I'm going to add into the chat right now, where you will be able to join our Zoom networking session. So I'm hoping to see you all there in just a moment. And you should all have the link to that now. So once again, I hope that you all enjoyed this session, and I hope to see you all at the Zoom networking session. You can click the link in the chat right now. There'll also be an email going out with that in about 5 minutes. So once again, thank you all so much. And tomorrow we will be running all the sessions about film distribution, and we'll be starting at the same time as today. So thank you so much. And once again, I'm just going to leave this slide up for anyone interested. You all get a free 30-day trial that's exclusive to this event attendees. And you can get this free CineCircle Pro trial by scanning this QR code and joining. So I hope that you all take advantage of that as well. So once again, thank you so much, and I hope to see you all at the Zoom networking session in a minute. So thank you once again.